Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vanjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, my body, Spoon TV. Yes, my body, Spoon TV. Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment. Kua.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan Turner with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vanjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, my body, Spoon TV. Yes, my body, Spoon TV. Spoon. Bidi bidi dabado.
Smooth TV, smooth entertainment.
Kua, 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 kua. Bese kua, 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 kujuleo. Kua, kua, kujuleo. Yes,
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, Stan Turner with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charge it on the beat.
To get your information.
Okay, folks, so the time here in Liberia is 8 minutes after 8 p.m. So it's 8:08. I love to say good evening to you wherever it is you're listening to us from across the nation. Those of you listening to us there in Bombing County via Trust 88.7 FM, Bapolu and Cape Mount. Those of you listening to us there in Bong County via Premium FM there in Bong, that covers some parts of Nimba and also parts of Lofa as well. I'd love to say good evening to you. For those of you listening to us via the FM frequencies of the Spoon Network, that is Super 95.5 FM, Spoon 107.5 FM, and Fabric 101.1. I'd love to say good evening to you as well. And for all those of you watching us from across the world and Liberia included, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you. To Dr. Francine Chinowith Richardson, is good afternoon to you, ma'am. How are you doing this afternoon? Oh, you homo. You muted, Dr. Richardson. Okay, so Dr.
Yes, I'm
Richardson.
here. Yes, I'm here.
All right.
How are you doing, Diamond? I'm home. Today is holiday here for us. I went running around this morning, but I made it home in time for the show. How you
Okay.
doing?
I'm fine. Happy Labor Day to you. That's the holiday today, right? At your end?
Yes.
Yeah. So happy Labor Day to you and every other person who forms part of the workforce there, the work machinery there in the US, and rendering services in different capacities. We love to say, wish you a successful and a very wonderful holiday. Dr. Richardson, so you're taking a day off, eh?
Yes, today most schools were closed today. In fact, my children stayed home. The ones that started college last week, they're here, but my daughter's high school doesn't open until next week after Labor Day, but there's other schools that are open. And Joe Biden was in Philadelphia this today actually, which is not too far from me. He was kind of talking about the progress of the labor market. The economy has grown, and he actually was thanking laborers in the United States for helping him grow the economy. I wonder if we can still say the same thing about Liberia. I was thinking of our country as he was speaking. So, yeah, this. Did you hear my grandson?
Yeah. Oh, hey, grandma, you did too.
He just came to the door and said, "Grandma, I pee."
He shouldn't do that, James, though. When they say now James is done,
I
I just leave it like that.
Nobody passing. You're not passing behind me. I ain't got no space behind me for the pass. But I just heard he just came open the door and said, "Grandma, I pee."
Yeah. So you want to go handle that? I can.
Yes, actually, let me do that. Thank you. So just go ahead and tell us of the trending news. Let me go ahead and do that. Thank you so much for seeing me on this.
All right, Dr. Richardson, go do your do. All right, so while Dr. Richardson is on grandma duty, again, I love to say happy Labor Day to each and every Liberian there in the U.S. For me, part of the labor force there, doing what you do, not just to take care of your families there in the U.S., but also back home as well. You guys do a wonderful job. A lot of things happening in the country. I'll keep you updated as we buy time and allow Dr. Richardson to do what she's got to do. Let me say good evening to you, Chuchu Jala. Watching us from Fargo, North Dakota. Let me say good evening to Mo Dancing. Mo is watching us from Airfield Lakbasi. Yep, that's my area. That's where I grew up, on the Airfield Lakbasi. I love to say hello to you, Luas Lombaye. Watching us from Congo Town. Okay. Lawrence Young says, I salute the Spoon family for always providing us quality information without fear or favor. Hello to you, Lawrence Young. Hello to Matthew G. Yoga. are watching us from Broville Plonker Junction. Let me scroll further. YTN Positive OG is watching us from Collindale, Philadelphia. Batty William is watching us as well from let me see where Batty is watching us from. Cardwell Benson Street. Solomon Gue is watching us from Minnesota. Momodu Kane is following us there from Hotel Africa. Matthew Bozzi is also watching us. To the early commenters, let's scroll further up. Mankula Son says, I'm here. It's glad that it's good that you're here. Edwin Kwekwe Lombe Jr. is also following us. William Lamine is watching us there from Banga City. Nelson Fokpa is watching us from Congo Town. Gloria Boyu Passaway is also watching us, says I'm here. Eric Tananka is watching us from Congo Town. So Congo Town is well represented tonight. Goodness Pay is watching us from Lagos, Nigeria. Messi B. Kamara is watching us from Bartnesville, Keba as well. Kongwe Bokokoli, our very own Bon County correspondent, is watching us as well. I salute you, Kongwe. Good evening to you. Nelson Fokba is watching us. Cooper Maxwell Harris. Gamen Gifler is watching us from Atlanta, Georgia. Men's David Womili is watching us from Magibi County, the EBK military barracks. That's one of the places you find the most disciplined keke riders and motorbike riders. You know, they're very disciplined, those that, you know, take passengers to EBK. They don't argue for change. They don't overprice you, you know. They're very respectful there. Let me say hi to Aaron S. Kume. Is watching us from Bombing County. He is our Bombing County contributor as well. Prince Jokolo is watching us from Jacobstown, St. Francis. Mike Mwajama Sharif is watching us from Yekepa. Jonathan Gize Plaka is also watching us from Nimba United area. Robert Papu is watching us from Sino County. Veronica S. Body is watching us from Pipeline, and Dr. Richardson is back. So we put a pause on this. We go to trending issues, and we'll definitely speak to all those of you, as many as we can, to say hi. So you guys are relaxing. Dr. Richardson said that most people are relaxing home, but there's still some few Monicas and Monicos, you know, who say, look, I don't want to sit home and just waste the, you know, the clock. So I need to go to work and make some money. Not that people want to make, some people just, you know, feel like they want to work. They still want to contribute and all of that. Yeah, Dr. Richardson, so you finish, eh?
Yeah, I finished taking care of the man. The man, he's you know, potty training boys is so much harder to me than potty training girls, because there's an extra step more for boys. So instead of him going to the bathroom, he'll be in his pamper, and then he'll say, I pee. So you know, I'm trying to help his mom potty train, but I have all girls, so I don't know how to do it. My husband tries to help him, you know, because you guys have to stand up. You know, girls can just put you in the potty. Yeah, and you know, he's not. I gotta get a stand for it. It's too much, you know, work. But he's okay now. So thank you for doing what you do best, which is, you know, being in front of the mic. You do that very well.
Thank you.
And you're talking about people. You know, once upon a time, I used to work on the holidays. You know, when you work on the holidays, you make time and a half, which means that if you're getting hourly pay, let's say if your hourly pay is like $25, you get $12.50 added to the $25. This is the incentive they give people for working on, for me anyway, working in the hospital setting, a lot of like crisis response centers, or emergency room for psychiatric patients. I used to get a lot of time and a half, so I didn't mind going to work on holidays. I mean,
okay.
Because my check would be doubled.
So now we know the secret. You know, they usually say America as society. Yeah, you're not inside, you don't know. Yeah, but you finish giving us one of the secrets. And another thing that makes people to say America as society, like, you know, you just hear them say, oh man, when they're in like, oh man, I saw you at your job. You know, I saw you at your job. You know, people don't discuss the jobs. No, that's off limit. When they come, you know, when they come home to Liberia, you know, people keep what they do private. You know, they just say, oh, I'm at work and all of that. You know, but again, whatever you do, once your money is clean,
that's it.
Doesn't matter. The money doesn't come with the job description on it. And besides, that's that. The dirtier the hands, the more clean the money. That's what they say.
And the thing about it is, you know, you work your way up. when I'm teaching my students or speaking to people, I started doing like entry level job in mental health. Like I pay my way through college by working a group home with with three ladies who were mentally challenged. So they had a group home for them, and then I would go in there in the morning, make them breakfast, cook, get them ready to go out. Because when you mentally challenged in this country, and they were really challenged, they have like a factory where they have they have them doing like little jobs, putting something in a box. So all of us left their home in the morning, and then they went to their vocational centers. I went to college, and when I came back at 6 o'clock, I made them dinner, gave them their medication, talked to them how was the day, and then they went to bed. I went to bed, so I didn't have to live on campus to pay for room and board. Those were the war years. My parents were unable to pay for my tuition, so I had to do something. I had to improvise to stay in school, because we talking about like 80, like war started 89. I was probably getting master's degree and all of those things. So I was, so you had to do something. So that's part of the job. I lived there for almost 2 years to cover my room and board, and then whatever money they were paying me, help pay my tuition. So that's part of the job, marketing in the United States, working
It
your
is.
way up.
And thank goodness for the advancement in telecommunications. We learn a lot, not like back in the days that you have to wait for one letter to come. Back in the days when your relative asks you to send your size, make sure you send your future size. You don't send your current or your present size. You have to send your future size, because it's going to take maybe a year or two before the buyer comes. And if
That's
it does
true.
arrive, make sure you say, okay, like, you call your size properly, because when they send you American size or American child size kind of thing, just know that you're put more than 6 to 7 parts in the shoe or the sneakers before it can go on you. But a lot of
Yes.
things happening in the country, Dr. Richardson. We're
Yes.
just trying to spice up the
Let's
show.
let's hear it. Let's hear
Yeah,
it.
a lot. From political chimney. You know what chimney is?
I think
Yeah,
so.
you know.
I heard about Ila Bura. They say a
Eh,
chimney. Is that
yeah.
different? That's not
No,
chimney.
that one a chamo.
Oh, chamo.
Chamo
Okay.
different from
Uh-huh.
chimney.
Okay. Chimney that
Chimney
what?
when you color speech.
Oh, they got political chimney. The people call
Yeah,
it.
so people color speech and all. We'll talk about all of that.
Oh, tell me.
But yeah, but natural disaster, is causing serious devastating effects in the country. We have Bond County and Cape Mount County, feeling the pinch of flood. Patawi, the famous waterfall destination, the famous tourist destination, has been totally submerged to a larger extent. That's a place I really wanted to visit, but I'm sure when the
That
water
broke my
recedes,
heart when I saw it. I was there
yeah,
last
yeah,
time.
me too.
It's
It did break my
underwater.
heart.
So do we
Yeah.
have any? What I was thinking about, Diamond. I know in the developed world, that place would have been insured, and so if water came and damaged the place, an insurance company would have taken care of it, or even the government would have, because considering it's a historical site, we got something called FEMA, which is I
Mhm.
don't know what it stands for,
Yeah,
but
we got
FEMA.
our own national disaster here too, similar to FEMA, but just that we slow in responding. FEMA is faster,
Yeah,
but
FEMA would have
yeah,
given them something to get them started. A couple of the insurance company, but it's bad. I mean,
it's
our
bad.
salary is bad. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt people. Go ahead.
yeah. So the Patawi incident, the place is still submerged. Most of the huts and all of those housing facilities are totally submerged there. And in Cape Mount County, the part called Crewtown in Robertsport City was also affected by flooding. And now the victims, remember I reported that some part of last week. Now
Yes.
the victims staged a protest today, saying that they've been neglected, they need to be relocated. The city authorities have said they should be sleeping in the town hall until something could be done for them. That's a temporary shelter for them, but the residents have said they've been neglected, and hence they staged a protest today. So we'll be going to Bond County and then to Cape Mount for a minute or two to speak to our correspondents in those counties to bring us up to speed with the latest. So we'll go to Bond first. based on alphabetical order. We'll go to Bong to speak to
Yes.
Kongwe Bokokoli. Once we've spoken with Kongwe, we're going to go to Grand Cape Mount County to speak with Siaze Moba, who is our correspondent in Grand Cape Mount County as well. The pictures coming from Cape Mount today, they were sad ones, seeing our mothers, many of them, not fully clothed on the streets, saying, look, we need to be relocated. We don't care how we look. And we just want to get somewhere safe to sleep. But let's go to Bong County now. Good evening to you, Kongwe.
Good evening, Damo, and good evening to the many followers of Spoon Talk in Monrovia.
Yeah. So Kongwe, quickly, what's the situation, the flooding situation like in Bong County? Any improvements, especially with Patawi and other parts of Banga that were affected by flood waters?
This evening, we saw the water going down, but since yesterday, more people left their comfortable homes, searching for another area to stay for the day. The flood affected so many parts of Banga, like the Sugar Hill, to those around the Jaw Creek. Like we reported some years back on the same radio station about the Jaw Creek here in Banga. People have complained about the money of sand, people money sand on the bank of the creek. They say it has negatively affected many citizens who are residing around the Jaw Creek. And there are people who are also building in the waterways. People complain about that as well. Around the Bofia area, houses around there were also affected in the Frog Island community here in Banga. So many houses were affected. Damo, if you check Banga and see how people are building nowadays, they are not clear whether area is, the swampy area. They just purchase their land and build anyhow. And we've observed that the resident engineers sometimes will go about marking structure when they start building. They will stop for some times, and before you, look for another day, you see them rebuilding those structures. So, these things are affecting more people. In September, yesterday, rain was falling for the entire day, and that has caused damage to more people.
What level of intervention have you seen, from county authorities or other agencies and institutions there in Bong County, even aspire candidates as well? What level of intervention have you seen, Kongwe?
We haven't heard from them. Like before, Red Cross used to be so effective under the watch of the late Roland Index, but since in that, Red Cross Liberia has been active. I would say it is very low. We are not hearing much from a politician, humanitarian organization. They haven't made any intervention.
Okay, so quickly before I let you go, Kongwe, these people that are affected by the flood waters, the rising and rushing flood waters, where are they residing temporarily? How are they getting by?
Some went to family members. Some also went to neighbors. But like I said, they complained about their properties. Some of their properties are destroyed.
Okay.
Some of the houses were also broken down as well. But some of them are currently staying with friends and family members.
All right, Kongwe. Thank you so much. We'll be following up on the Patawi side as well. Thank you for updating us there from Bong County.
You're welcome, Damo.
So Kongwe Bokokoli there is our man in Bong County. Let's quickly cross over and go to Grand Cape Mount County. Again, similar incident of flooding that has affected the Crew Town community. Residents, over 500 affected residents today staged a protest citing abandonment and neglect, and that they want some level of intervention. They want to be relocated. Siaze Moba is on the line from Cape Mount. Good evening to you, Siaze. How are you?
I'm doing fine, Damon, and good evening to everyone in studio tonight.
Okay, so what's the situation like in Robertsport? We gathered today from you that there was a protest by affected Crew Town residents there. Siaze?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, sir. What was the protest all about today?
Today,
Okay, we seem to be having some network.
Rivals for today, there was in the vanguard of protesting of relocation. They was in the they were demanding the city, the county authorities that they needed the immediate thing was sending part of Lismon, the any part of Lismon, to be specific, on the 28 and the 29, where the sea erosion took. Took all of them from their residence. So, as we speak, all of them all of the victims are now sleeping in the city hall, where they are all, they are all gathered, both women and men that has been victimized, they are all sleeping together, which is not conducive, health-wise. So today they gathered together and they decided to go, on the vanguard of, demanding this, the county authorities, through the city mayor office, asking that they need immediate relocation of, the Cruton community, where the sea just encroached in quite recently.
So there is no semblance or anything that resembles coastal defense there in it, the entire Cruton area in Cape Town, to be precise, or generally.
Not exactly. There's no coastal defense right then. There's nothing of sorts. And then now, what getting them so annoyed is that before the arrival of His Excellency Dr. George Mandawia, they pushed that issue to the superintendent, and they told the superintendent that this was their SOL core, and this was what they needed to push to the president when the president comes. So after they gave their message over to the city, to the county stakeholders, in line with the city mayor and that of the superintendent. Now the frustrating part was that when President arrived in Ravels.
Okay, so we faced with network issues. Siaze. Yeah, go ahead, Siaze. Continue from where you stopped.
Okay. Well,
all right.
They was unable to really speak out the people request. So that really brought them that situation. The people said.
All right, folks. We will try to reconnect with Siaze quickly. So, Dr. Richardson, I told you about the political chimley that is happening in Gbapolu County. So politicians in Gbapolu have decided to cut off speech.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
They decided to cut off speech. Yeah. So let's go to Gbapolu County quickly to speak to Solomon Tabler. He's our man there in the county to let us know who are those politicians, that have decided not to speak to each other. We don't know when how long the chimley is going to last, whether or not they're going to resume speaking to each other after the elections. But one person passing the poll FA and the other person passing the poll FA, just pass by each other like June passing by July. So Siaze wants to complete his story quickly. So Siaze, just 1 minute, sir. We seem to have an issue with your network connectivity.
Okay.
Yeah, so just the affected persons or people, how many are there in numbers?
Well, we've got 410, female, that is women, and then we got about 19 men, along with, children among them. So altogether, it's about 500, residents, inhabitants. We're talking about 500 persons.
All right. So in a minute, have you seen any sort of intervention from state actors or humanitarian organizations in providing relief to these folks? Because they've been in the city hall for over a week now.
Oh, wow.
Yes, be specific, Simon Taylor, who happens to be the senator of Craigmont County, he's recently donated 50 Liberian dollars, 50,000 Liberian dollars to the victim. And Red Cross Liberia brought some full items and not full items. Red Cross Liberia brought about 30 rags of bag, 25 kg bag of rice. They brought it along with drinking buckets and cups and what have you. So Red Cross brought those items quite recently.
Okay.
And among others, politicians as well.
Okay, so we've lost Siaze there. Let's go to Gbapolu quickly. This chimley story seems to have caught the interest of Dr. Richardson. She wants to know not just the meaning, she already knows the meaning of chimley, but who are those that decided not to speak to each other. They're in Bapolu County, and for how long they've decided not to speak or talk to each other due to political affiliations. Let's see if we can talk to Solomon Tebla quickly. He's in Bopolu City on behalf of the Spoon Network. Good evening to you, Solomon. How are you?
Good evening, Damo.
Yeah. So they say what is happening are people in Bapolu, some politicians not speaking to each other. And who are they?
Damo is you know, when it comes to Bapolu politics, it's a different politics.
What make it different?
Speaking, other people not speaking to each other.
That usual thing that can happen.
Regularly, you know, you got to know that Bapolu, the legislative purpose of Bapolu, when it comes to unity, that one is lacking.
Yeah,
There
so
are other people who want to be representative for their various districts. They are not speaking to each other because just imagine, few days ago they forwarded 2 persons to court for killing other people flyers.
so that the other people tell the other people fly like why the other people is speaking to the other people.
Hello.
Yeah, Tebla, I can hear you. Who are those that are not talking or speaking to each other? Those candidates that are vying for elected positions. Who are they?
One of those persons is the former city mayor of Bapolu County, to be specific, Bopolu City.
And what's his name?
He's Honorable Sinanomo.
So who he not speaking to? And why he say he not speaking to the person?
Other candidates who vying for the same position you want to take in this county. You got to know that other people fly. Even the 2 persons they forwarded to court, it came from the former city mayor camp, and they forwarded to court for carrying other people flyers.
And which party is he representing? Which party is he a candidate for?
He's contesting on a coalition for democratic change.
Okay. All right, Tebla. Thank you so much. But he said every other candidate he has speaking to them. But have they tried speaking to him and he has not responded or replied?
It's yet to be known because people.
I mean, I see this thing, but Joe, I can talk to people that they follow what when I talk to people. That's the problem. I go eat a dry rubber.
All right, Solomon. Thank you. Yeah, see, I'm trying to get the nitty.
The people following the leader, Diamond. They are following. You know that song. Follow your leader. Follow your leader. They are following the leader. When last have George Weah spoken because election now he on the street begging the people for the vote? George Weah refused to talk to Liberian people 6 years. He refused. All his representative and senator, they will be the same. Now what the medicine man tell them? You don't talk to the people, you'll be there. I mean, that's the party mandate. Now, listen, come on, man. I am a driver. You making me to be hungry even more. I learned the story from bombing. I learned the story from Bon County. But they want the man not talking to the man because Joe, we are telling not to talk to anybody. To tell you the truth, they campaign in spirit and in truth. Joe, we are telling people not to talk to anybody. Imagine the president refused. Look at the messages we received today. President, we are calling everybody, and everybody he called him, they send me those messages. Everybody he tells, they say, Stato, that Joe, we are real number here. I say, yeah, that the man New York number. We're about to display some of them. Joe, we are begging people to call the family members that they should vote for him. But the people say for 6 years, this man called up Chemley from us. You say Chemley, you better be careful before you call Chinimbi. They got something bad so calls, so be careful.
Oh, like you saying that one now.
No, they say Chemley, like two people need. Chemley. Yeah.
I'll try to Dr. Richardson. I'll try to Dr. Richardson.
You better be careful before you call say Basil calls here. Even just don't know that Basil calls me. Dr. Richardson, this is weakness. You know how many messages I will display some of that text messages today. People are praying for Mobile Molu. Mobile Molu going around telling people, say, yo, please pray for me. Mobile Molu said, Joey, I think he's a pharaoh. Download the message I sent you, Damo. Put it up, we're going to do it very quickly. We got tons of messages. Joe, we are calling people in the... But Dr. Richardson, why are you leaving Prince in the back? Can you bring him on? You get the power to do so.
I think the Prince was on, but
Prince always on your side. Try to bring... I don't know who made Prince vest today.
Prince was on, but he went back off.
Take care of him. But just so though, to be frank, while we wait for more audio on this show, I want to tell you this though. You know this guy. For 6 years, this guy refused to talk to his own friend. We can name them. They got disgraced Mamadou Masakwe. He disgraced Monk. The man disgraced Monk. Just so that I miss also say this thing. You'll be the better candidate to speak on this issue. That the memo text Monk say a few days and send text message to Monk. We need you back. That the memo text all the other guys that are sending me messages. The people are angry. 6 years. You talk to Monk. Monk suffer in this country. You let Monk to go to Liberia. You refuse to see Monk. You came to New York. You tell your wife to call Monk. Monk went to New York. You refuse to see Monk. I had to take Monk to Liberia and force Monk and say, can't stand with us. If the president want to see us, he must see you. Then when the man see Monk, he said, thank you. And that was it. They gave Monk $2,000. If I gave Monk $2,000. They said
it Stanton, you're not saying anything new.
This is wickedness.
This is
Monk $2,000. How much did Monk receive? Monk received $1,800 because sending fee.
Talk about
wickedness.
Talk about chances. Talk about Makalo who went and bowed down.
You tell me.
And say whatever I've done, I'm sorry. And he walked over him and he said, I'm not God, don't bow down to me, I don't want to talk to you. You know, look, this is a common tendency.
It's wickedness, man.
This is when I need someone, I know them. And when I don't need someone, I don't know them. And this is why we say that we have political sewage. I call it political sewage because it's only when you have to go to the bathroom that you respect the toilet.
People are talking about Pucci. People are talking about even the man that took the bullet for you when they arrested that guy. Spent all years in jail. He refused to talk to his own brother. You know what I'm talking about?
Forward to Pekin Kroman, who was shot in the eye on November 7th.
Yes.
An attack that was instrumented by Eugene Nambwe when he told Ellen that we had guns at our party.
We got to record it.
Where is the K family today? Has the president ever visited them? Has any recognition been brought to him? Someone who lost his life?
George Manuel, we always sit down. You know, I'm not mad at Diamond, Dr. Richardson. Diamond is a damn good journalist. I'm telling you. But if you say his lieutenant is refusing to speak,
he has no reward is Stanton. He has no lieutenant because lieutenants are built based on commitment and loyalty. George Weah cannot show you one person who was in the vanguard with him, who sat beside him today. When we were in the vanguard taking bullets, taking insults, Finabono was in Bapolu with Lapa Bido selling Kobo.
We haven't started the show yet because when I come in, I come in with my real self, Georgie. Dr. Richard said, I come in as me. I do not pretend.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, this is one life. Prince Maxwell, you can talk about your candidate every time you want to. That's fine.
I'll make one statement before you start the show.
Yes, sir.
Anybody who is supporting Weah now, you are either a coward or a sellout. Anyone who proclaims Weah name and entice people to vote for him, you are two things to me. You are either a coward or a sellout. And that's period. Because you have no history. You have no history of a man who sustained loyalty when it comes to the people who are loyal to him. You have an organization.
I beg you, Georgie, let me welcome our folks and let's welcome our own brother Prince Maxwell. I see the man that going to come and moderate the show again. Dr. Richard said, I don't know why you're taking a week off giving this thing to a UP spokesman to moderate because this guy will keep us in setting Dion. We won't fire
Yeah,
you,
bro.
Mo Ali. And you did
Mo Ali-
well, where? The man didn't do well. When you giving the man a day well
The
card?
man did very well, Stanton.
Why?
I have to keep with my motto. I want problem.
I
I
don't
want to resolve Liberia. You know, Mo is a moderate. He's always been a moderate. And so we have to give him the accolade. He handled the show
Somebody
very well
calling
because
somebody on the cell phone or on FaceTime.
Mo is dealing with a lot of emotional baggage here. And that's the name George Weah. George Weah, it means baggage. It means overload.
So we even in the show here, the people saying we'll let the other people do the 2 minutes. But if you're here, you'll be quiet, you'll be quiet. Maybe I will talk all day. I can't eat my dry rat. The last portion of my dry rat, I ain't get. You'll be quiet, you'll be quiet. But I want to say thank you very much for joining Sport. We're happy to have you on the network. Be blessed. We're going to have a wonderful program. We're going to know Mo Ali himself in his text messages. He called Joel Manor Weah Pharaoh. I don't know what he meant. He said, I want to leave, but I can't leave right now. We will read those messages to you.
Yeah, but I disagree with Mo. The man are Pharaoh, the man are Dracula.
No, but we're sure. You can talk to Mo. You can talk to Moba Modu. Moba Modu said, man, I'm Pharaoh. We got a text message here.
Boys and girls.
Okay, we'll come there. But again, guys, let me say this to you. Mo Ali, before you do this thing that Richard said, your 2 minutes, Prince Maxwell, your 2 minutes, this is wickedness in high places. Hey, folks are sending me those messages. Joel Manor Weah is backing them. I have tried my best. I reach out to y'all come home. For example, anybody can tell me anything because you know what? I know Monk Mamadou Masakwe. I know Monk. And people out there know the story. This guy was very wicked to Monk Mamadou Masakwe. He telling people to say, Sarah, man, 2,000, man, before the money read was 1,007 and change. They know the story. We got a message here. We got a Western Union document. Monk sat down and cried. Monk cried. It takes the courage of God to elevate Monk. We're not only talking about Monk. He's there sending messages to everybody and say, come home. And they begin to ask him, come home to where? Come home to what? What are we coming to? Or CDC that is not functioning well, like Eugene Namwe say and Mo Ali and Moba Modu is saying, is that the CDC you want us to come home to? After you have eaten, you enjoy all the facts, and you want to tell us to come on the what? To dry door?
In Spanish will say Ben a la casa. And the question there is, come home. And the response is, ¿Dónde está la casa? Where is the house?
Where is the home?
House.
Let's bring in Prince Maxwell. Let's bring in Dr. Francis Chinwe Richardson. Dr. Francis, you won't be on the show. You better talk for coming. Because we're not going to help you to talk for coming. We're going to move. Election is about 37 days to go. All that time after you want to talk about Dr. Moluba, talk about Dr. Moluba. Though he will come 6th place, but you can try. We have to waste time. Let's bring Prince Maxwell, vote 13, and we'll go to Dr. Richardson, Brazil.
Gentlemen, what a good Monday. We are here once again. I would just simply say that welcome audience to everybody else that is there. First and foremost, let me give you a quick update. Dr. Moniba has been very, very busy of late. He's been very, very busy in many areas in Monrovia, especially in the area of, recently he was in Logan Town, as I stated clearly to Liberian people. Also, he was in Chocolate Factory, District number 13, promoting and engaging with
Chocolate
people that are
Chocolate
there.
City.
Chocolate City or Chocolate City, District 13, yes.
City. Come on, talk
Chocolate City. He in Ghana's he was there. He also visited. He spoke to the press in Maigibi County recently. He was there as well. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that Dr. Moniba has been going almost everywhere, from Grand Bassa to Nimba to Maigibi to Cape Mount. He's been going all these places. He's also been visiting all the other small communities within Monrovia, from Logan Town all the way to Chocolate City. He's been there, Garnersville area and everything else. He's been making hair with them. And the people have been having very, very good reception. They have been explaining their issues to him. He's been listening attentively. He's been understanding the issue. He's been taking these things into heart and giving them exactly what it is as it pertains to his position, and he's making headways. Mostly now, we've now moved up from now to the youth now to market women. He's now making hair with a lot of
Yeah,
market
no,
women. A lot
tell
of
us
market
second,
women are
brother.
resonating with him. So this is where he is right now. And his message of the youth change and generational fight is catching fire with the Liberian people right now. As you already know, the numbers are increasing, and we are making headways in places that we never thought that was even possible. So yes, the fire is on, the movement is moving, the people are becoming very concerned. They are very attracted to his message right now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, folks. For the first time, I believe, Mo Ali will be moderating again for the second time on Spoon Talk. We just want to say it again. We'll be joined by our brother Dwalu. Dwalu asked to jump in the show once or twice to make his contribution. If you know Dwalu, today will be his first on Spoon Talk, and for us to listen to him and hear what he have to contribute. I don't know which party he affiliated with, but as I said, we want to give all Liberians an opportunity to speak to the fellow Liberians. We're also going to bring in, for the second time on Spoon Talk, Fatima Salif to balance this thing along with Dr. Francine Chinwe Richardson for us to have a serious conversation on the issue. This is the Spoon Talk, and we're glad to have you. Please, please, please share the Spoon Talk. Invite your brother and sister. We are on Fabric FM 101.1, Support FM 95.5, Spoon FM 107.5. You know, when we're getting all the radio station, when TT were getting all the radio station, people thought we're stupid, but they never know the long-term game. Trust FM, it is 88.7, Premium FM 98.1, and a lot of other relays radio station in Lofa, in Nimba, and Bon County, and all over. We're glad to have you. Let's speak to our Liberian people. The Dr. herself, Dr. Francine Chinwe Richardson.
Yeah, I want to let me begin by saying hello to the Liberian people. It is good having you here today and speaking to you. I want to speak to you about the gains that Mr. Cummings is making. He was in District 4 this past day. It was a wonderful celebration. Liberians turned out. Diamond, do you have some of the pictures? Can you put that up for me? I think I just sent it to you.
It's just an intro, right? When you come back, then we can display a
No,
picture and video.
You want to tell me how to do my intro now?
You got 2 minutes, though.
Yeah, Diamond, can you hear me? Please put my pictures
Thank
up.
God, Diamond, I hearing you. Thank God, Diamond, I hearing you.
Diamond, please.
By the time you put a picture on that, then you're 2 minutes.
That's really. Thank God.
Okay. Diamond, okay.
That's a Richardson. No, did you just send it?
Yeah,
I
she just sent the
it.
pictures. I'm trying to get them uploaded.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom. The second thing is also about, I'm very concerned about Patawi. So is Mr. Cummings. As we well know that he's interested in using his beautiful landscape like Patawi and other places around the country to create ecotourism, to start like to jumpstart our economy. So we know that the waterfall in Bon County is sort of partially destroyed Patawi. I also sent Diamond some pictures of Patawi when I was there. It's a beautiful site. You will also be showing that. Those are our country's treasure that we have to really keep our eyes on, make sure that it's in great state at all times. This is something that Mr. Cummings will be taking some key interest in. Lastly, I want to talk about, when I hear, about George Weah giving $2,000 here, there, $1,000 to his private friends. Of course, I wonder, oh, great. This is the picture that you're seeing is the event that Mr. Cummings had this past weekend. You can see a lot of young people showed up. That's why we don't listen to the whole popularity and the talks about, it's a 2-horse race. Liberians are getting the message. We continue to make our message case by case, day by day to the Liberian people. We are doing Jehovah's Witness style. We're not going to be having big events or town hall events. Of course, we'll have them, but we want to meet the Liberian people where they are and listen to them. And that's what Mr. Cummings is doing. Again, I was speaking about when I talk about, 2,000 of Liberian people money here, 2,000 there, and everywhere giving the Liberian. Oh, okay. This is Patawi. This is when I was at Patawi this past January. You can see how beautiful it is. I already had a good time. I was coming from, doing some, campaign issues. And so I wasn't appropriately dressed to be there, but I had to stop to see this beautiful landscape of Liberia. This is the place where we are seeing now that it's all covered with water, although the journalist said today that the water is receding. Again, I want to just emphasize those are our treasure, our country's treasure, just like they have other beautiful places in other parts of the world where people pay money to go and see. Again, Mr. Cummings will definitely make those places a priority. Going back to my conversation about, giving money here and there, in Mr. Cummings, Liberia is going to be consist of, working hard, okay, merit-based a society. And, I know some people have brought some, criticism about having a merit-based society, but today we are in 2023. It's not about what you can offer, what you can do. It's a mixture of mentoring. It's a mixture of, holding somebody's hands to make sure that you're competent enough to perform the duties that you're doing. So I know my 2 minutes up. I'll have more to say about this, but this is what came to my mind when I heard Mr. We are giving friends 2,000, blah blah blah. What is 2,000 going to do for you when you're not able to work for it or have it coming income stream? So in under Mr. Cummings' administration, we're going to look at your competency. It's going to be meritocracy. It's going to be with support of the people. He's going to give people the opportunities.
Thank you very much. Mark Pana in Bonkan to the woman said meritocracy. I don't know if you understand the other one there, but that's okay, Mark Pana.
I said merit-based too. I said opportunities.
The woman said merit-based. Mark Pana, Papa Flomo in River G. I don't know if you understand merit-based. We keep it simple for you, yeah? Please take your show. The thing is that keep it simple for the people. You are talking to Liberians. You are talking about merit-based, meritocracy, Nami and so. No.
Well, you're not getting everybody have 2 minutes before you give it to Mo.
Sorry, yeah, that operate like that. Let me give you 2 minutes, Georgie. I'm sorry. I want more to take a show.
About 2 minutes. Mr. Cummings' story is beautiful. We all know where it's going to end.
No, I know.
Okay, he said thank you. The man I finished talking, he said thank you.
No. We know where it will end. Dr. Moniba's story is one.
Actually, it's not. You don't want. Yeah, you said you don't want. The last thing you say is not all. Until what's the
thing. I thought George should be doing. I thought George should be doing his intro, not. I thought George should be doing his intro. Oh, okay. I mean, you guys open the floodgate on this today. You got to open the floodgate to do because for me, I got enough. So if this how the game's going to play out, I mean, I'm good with it. I'm good.
Slow down. I know you got a lot. And like I said, direction, opposition, critical goal, get we are out. For me, as an official position. Now, you have to also connect with the vision and the thought of the Liberian people. We know what our presidency have been, and we know what the political space is. We must be realistic. There's space for all of us to change Liberia. Dr. Moniba again is bringing a youthful push. We hear what you're saying. We hear what Doug is saying about Cummings. We hear what everyone is saying. My conversation is directed more towards you have not engaged the Liberian people at the level that Joseph Boyka has. You do not have the disappointment, the historical, and all of the things that lead people to say, how do we beat this guy? I applaud all of these campaigns. All of them are in the interest of the Liberian people. I have nothing negative to say about Mr. Cummings. I have nothing negative to say about Mr. Moniba. My push is, Liberians, how do we get this evil out of our range and move forward? And one of the beauty about Joseph Boyka campaign is we know this is not a man who want to hold power for 12 or 14 years. Let's all keep working, but let's be realistic with the Liberian people reaction. And so for all the guests, for all the progresses in the opposition community, for everything that is going on, I applaud you. I am with you, but I ask for us to be realistic.
Thank you very much. George Solo. Thank you. For the first time, let's bring in our dear brother, Mr. Dwalu, and the people. Mr.
Thank you
Dwalu.
so much, Stanton. It's a pleasure to be up here. Hopefully you can hear me. Just give me a little bit of thumbs up. I know you can hear me. As always, I want to first say, welcome to the ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show, to the audience, especially those of you guys that are listening in Liberia. We want to welcome you to the show. But this is a crucial moment. The reason why we would not keep quiet, because in this moment, Liberia does matter. I don't care about your little bickering. Honorable Boykai does have the experience to change this thing around. It's not about political affiliation or anything for that matter. Look, before I give it to the other guys, I've said this, and my ANC brothers want to kill me. But they have to understand there are 5 things required to become a president of a country such as ours. You have to meet the very top 3. Mr. Cummings does not meet the top 3 of what is required to become a president of this country in this moment. You ready? I will listen very quickly. Number 1 is electability. Number 2 is relatability. Number 3 is timing. Number 4 is political alliance and whatever else. And number 5 is money. The very top 3, the most crucial, is not being met by Mr. Cummings. This is not anything against Mr. Cummings and what he has achieved. But the issue here is Honorable Boykai is the person best suited to transform this country. Let's start toying around with our country. President Weah is a danger to this country. We have to do every single thing in our power to remove this man. Once again, guys, welcome to the show, and thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. Again, we say thank you. We're going to bring in our sister Fatima. For the past 72 hours, this sister have created a lot of problem. And even George Mana, we are seeing her on the show today, is shaking. Our sister, they call her Fatima Bintu Salif. Welcome again. Your 2 minutes before we turn this over to Mo Ali.
Thank you, CEO. To all of the panelists, I say hello and thank you for having me. I am here, not just as a voice, but a voice of a woman to all Liberian women to inspire and educate them. I'm here to speak truth to what Joseph Numa Boykai brings to the table. I understand, like the brother just said, this is the time now. It's the time where we need Joseph Numa Boykai to direct the affairs of our country, to ensure that the right hand that is in the office to make sure Liberia becomes the oldest republic and takes her place in history. I'm here today because CEO and the rest of the panelists have given me the opportunity to speak to my people and educate them. And thank you for having me. And I'm here to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatima. Guys, wake up, get your popcorn. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be hot. We got everything plus more. We got text messages. We got voice recording. We got the passport issue. You will be surprised as of today, right now. George Mana, we are still selling the Liberian people passport. He and the Forest Minister Kemeya, they are still selling. We'll show you those documents. Again, very important. Over 500 of George Mana, we are workers, folks that work in this government. Over 500 of them have not declared their asset. We got their names. Over 500 of them. We have their name. Since they took over, they have not declared their assets. But yet and still, they got mansions. They have buildings. They got homes in Ivory Coast, homes in Liberia, skyscrapers. They got property in the Arab country, homes here in America that we know of, but they have not declared their assets since they took over. And because of this reason, we'll be telling you who those guys, who they are, men, women, they care less. They said Joe Manawea would do nothing to them. Some of them came in with $3, but now they get over 10, 50 mansions. We will discuss this issue. The honorable spokesperson, your last time to moderate on the Spoon Talk, then again we'll make the round. Welcome, my brother Mohammed Ali. Take over your show, bro.
Thank you, Stanton. So let me go with my 2 minutes first, because I got 2 things quickly to talk about. Over the weekend, there was a huge disaster in Cape Mount, in Crew Town. Consistently, this government has failed to continue with the protection that we used to do with the waterway there, the beach side. And so over the weekend, it rained heavily and the ocean flew in to Crew Town, destroy houses. We now have about 600 persons that are homeless. They are sleeping in the open in Ravensport. You know, the reason I talk about they want to highlight the plight of the people, and two, you know, somebody say, oh, you know, you have to tell the papi to run there quick so he can make donation and all those kind of things because that political time. I didn't tell him, and for one reason, we have to move this country from the patronage stage, where because it's political season, when something happened, the government does not have any. We got disaster management relief fund. That's why the LRRC is there, and at the internal affair, they have a whole section there for disaster management and emergency relief and all those kind of stuff. Government will not pay attention to it. When it happens, they say, oh, you're a politician, then go there quickly. Those are the things that make the people, that make us to subject the people to not thinking properly to vote the right leaders. The government should be prepared always to step in when these things happen. Since the weekend up to today's day, the government has done nothing. They haven't said anything. They will tell you no money, but they can afford $50 million to sponsor their campaign. This is absolutely wrong. It should not be at the behest of political leaders or politicians. When disaster struck in the country, they say, oh, let the people go there quickly and go do this one. This is just completely wrong. It doesn't show a country that has a system. The second point I want to make here is tomorrow we are continuing our district tour. The Unity Party, the Standard Bearer Rescue 1. Tomorrow we are going to District 9 from 1:15 to 3. We'll be at the Nacimento football field opposite KTC, those who know the area in Matadi. And then from there, we are coming to District 10 in Congo Town. We'll be at the Susan Berry football field, and there we will climax the day. So people of District 9 and District 10, we are descending on you tomorrow in a positive manner to serve the GMB Rescue Train mission. So tonight, before we go into the show, we have few things lined up. Like the CEO said, we have a tape, a voice, a video tape to play. You know, we have set out to bring out some of the hypocrisies in people, and we're going to continue that. When they leave from here, they can go say, yeah, Mo Ali is a beggar, he can beg for rent and this and that. And I get a problem with it. Me, I'm begging for rent. One thing I don't have in me is hypocrisy. The next thing is that we're going to talk about this passport thing. We have documents, we have passports. They're selling our passport to everybody, foreigners, and the reason they are doing so now because the selling of passport is a source of income generation to the government. They run low on cash. They need more money to sponsor their campaign, even though they have said since Judy Ashmore time, they have collected more revenue in this country. Those of you who know Judy Ashmore, who was he? I think the first governor of the Commonwealth, like or something like that. They've collected more revenue. And so we're going to start the lineup like that. I don't know who's in control there, but we want to start up with that recording again.
What you doing first? The passport or what? Because the producer got to set your stuff. What are you doing first?
Let's start up with the passport and end up with the recording. So let's go with the passport. The passport will want to be displayed. You people will look at the passport, and then we'll take our rounds, only 2 minutes each to talk about it. What are the effects on the country, and how is it, you know, how people are viewing Liberia out there? Because we know during the war era, everybody had our passport. People just used to come here, collect it, and carry it. And even criminals were using our passport. And so Liberia was becoming like Yeah, you see people with Liberian passport committing crimes. They say, oh, Liberia is some kind of criminal state and they are exporting criminals rather than exporting good citizens. So let's start off with the passport.
Thank you
Producer,
very
are
much,
we-
Mo. So, folks, we're going to start bringing up this passport. Again, the women going to go first, Dr. Richardson, and we're going to come around. We want to keep our brother
Yeah, so
Johnson
we
for
go to
last
Dr.
because,
Richardson, then Maxwell,
because you
then
know,
Palu,
yeah.
then Fatima. Fatima,
Then
according
Johnson
to
got to
your
be
life,
last because
Fatima,
you know a
then
lot
George.
about the passport. All
Yeah,
right, and
let's
again,
do the
if you
passport.
want Andrew Wamplo, the former passport director, he's on the standby. We can call him as well.
Yeah, so
let's
when
display.
we display the passport and everything, and then we will get Andrew on the line again, and we could just ask him one question and give our view on this issue.
I will.
All right, so you want the
Excuse me,
first
Mo.
one,
Excuse
what
me,
is
Mo.
what?
Excuse me, Mo. I would like to speak after Andrew because among every one of us here, I'm the only person that serves as a real diplomat. I will speak after Andrew speaks.
No wala, my brother. Yeah, 1 year from the diplomat.
Okay, so you want them to display now, Mo?
Yes, definitely.
Folks, please forgive Mo. He's in training. We'll get it right. He's
That's
in
more
training.
you.
But who is this one now? This is United Kingdom. Who is this? What are you talking?
So this guy, listen, I have to enlarge it to see his name properly. But this should be a British guy who is carrying our passport. And normally people who carry this diplomatic passport, they are supposed to be some sort of either how you call it. Mama, I can call it in the diplomacy something, consular general or something.
Someone, let me help you a minute.
General.
Mo, I beg you, sorry to interrupt you.
You get Patrick John McCaffrey.
Okay, so
Patrick
this passport
John
we're looking
McCaffrey.
at, it's not Liberian passport, Mo. This one.
Yeah, I know, but this guy
Okay.
is a citizen of Great Britain.
Okay.
This is the guy's British passport. Patrick
Okay.
John McCaffrey, he's a British citizen. And then he holds here. So the first passport there, those on those viewing from Facebook, the first passport here is his British passport. He's a British citizen. Then the next passport there is the Republic of Liberia passport, and it was issued to him by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here in Liberia. And this passport, interestingly, was issued just recently. As recently as August 11, 2023. This gone August.
Wow.
August 11, 2023. That's when this passport was issued to this guy. Now, it is a diplomatic passport. I don't understand why they are issuing here a diplomatic passport. I don't know if he is Liberia's consular general assigned somewhere, but I do not see the designation there. I do not see what this guy, well, you see what they say here? Those who looking.
Special envoy.
Special envoy of the government of Liberia. Now, Stanton, let's go to the other passport.
The other individual?
Yeah, Yassam Ayavifi.
Okay.
This is Yassam Ayavifi. Yassam Ayavifi is a Turkish citizen, and this passport was issued to him on January 2022, and it will expire next year, January 6, 2024. The designation there, he is a diplomat. What kind of diplomat? I don't know. So it's confusing. And you will see there is a video there, Stanton. I want us to play that video.
Well, can we do it bit by bit, everybody? Because I think Prince Maxwell was correct. He have experience in this. Before we bring in Wapo, I will keep Wapo for last. Wamplo, sorry for the mispronunciation. I want us to bring in the rest of the guys, and I think Dwadu and the team would like to take a crack on this one.
All right.
Okay,
Let me just
let me rest
Let
on
me,
this real quick, Maxwell.
yeah.
This passport issue, folks, we have a lot of different passports. Recently, they were issued to folks under the instruction of George Manawia and Kamaya. The individual that served in the middle, we're going to be, when more ready, we're going to bring up the picture. These are allegations. These are allegations that these folks selling Liberian diplomatic passport, service passport, and diplomatic passport. As you can see, we can only display 6 of them to you today, okay? Because we have other conversation going on. But as every day we would display 666, they brought in almost 250,000 diplomatic passport, and we will get into that. So Liberians in the radio land, we are talking about the passport, the allegation that George Manawia and Kamaya Seldon, the lowest you can pay for this passport is 150,000. And the benefit that you would get from this passport, I want us to go to Prince Maxwell, if Mo Ali is okay with. Then from there, we'll bring in John Solo. Mo.
Yeah, Prince, go ahead. Prince.
Yeah, I'm just trying to caution us. Number one, before the passport would have should have been shown, Stanton, this is Spoon TV. There are sensitive information on this passport that could cause Spoon TV and the government a problem. There are other information that are okay to expose. The date of birth should all be blotted out. They are sensitive, private information directed to personal information. The date of birth should not be there. The other information are very, very okay.
Criminal situation. Don't do that. No, let's expose it. That's why we are
No,
here.
what I'm saying, what I'm saying is only the date of birth.
Prince Maxwell.
Blot it out, please.
Prince. I beg you, my brother. I will beg you. I beg you. Speak and help us understand this passport thing. Every
Yes.
other thing, this is a private talk show. The allegation that this thing happened, we'll address it later. Let's just get back on track. Tell us how this thing came about. Why the government selling
The
passports?
FCC is now watching us. People stealing from us. We must show them. Prince, stop that thing. What that the money will do? You will black things
The
out
first thing,
in a
the first thing is this: the idea that the exposure of the criminal nature of the passport being exported to individuals that shouldn't be holding it is a welcome position by Lino. Anything of corrupt nature, Lino has always supported the transparency of that. To your point, so I hope that I make that very, very clear. But at the same time, there are information that we should also consider that is not for public viewing, which is date of birth, which I have to make absolutely clear. That does not negate the fact that this passport issue is a major issue in the Republic of Liberia that needs to be resolved. As active diplomat, this is one of the issues that we have to work on consistently and chase from every angle from pole to pole. This has diminished the reputation of Liberia at the lowest level. I have made reports at the time I served as an active diplomat. I have made personal reports on these issues to the government of Liberia based on the receiving state positions that this should not be the case. Liberia as a sending state should be able to protect its passports. That is the reason why I said to you, or I will speak after Andrew speaks, because Andrew and myself, when he came to Belgium, he must have did some work to make sure that we protect the integrity of our passport.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Again, we are not diplomat. We will say as it is. I'm sorry. The allegation, they say, okay, when did illegal activity become confidential out of the public? Folks are asking you, Maxwell, but we'll let it pass. I'm going to sit here. I'm going to sit here to say this. Just so me, the allegation that these things, people are buying them. Liberians need to know. What do I care? I was born May 4th, 1974. What do I care? Somebody put my date of birth out there.
And the birthday that you want us to blur is a part of the corruption. They will change the birthday in a different documentation.
So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead.
Space.
Take your 2 minutes.
We are not in a diplomatic space. We are in a factual space. We will not exonerate, we will not protect any criminal activity. The Liberian embassy in Belgium can do it. The Liberian embassy in New York can do it. That's not my job. I will give your name. If I even have your address, if you steal my country passport, I will give it. So let's separate ourselves from that conversation. You cannot hold people accountable and be blaring out because that leads to unfactual information. God, we have been selling our passport from day one. That's how he built his houses. The people who are buying it are implicated in the conspiracy to buy fake passport. They are responsible. We have no legitimate businessman here today who say, I'm truly a consul general, you have my passport, so I'm not blaring anybody. How do we blare our voice? How do we blare the truth? We must choose the line between diplomacy, which you was, or diplomat, and giving our people the facts. And that's why I asked you. I said, what does your candidate stand for? So if somebody steal from the Liberian finance ministry,
and I told you what my candidate stands for. I told you my candidate stands for.
You contradict yourself.
Prince, let me finish.
You contradict yourself. When you start to build security for criminals.
Let me come in 1 minute. I don't think we should make this about the candidates. I think
no. More, please. You are moderating. Give me my opinion.
You are
moderating. You gave me my opinion.
Thank you.
Please.
Finish up, Judge. Go ahead.
And my opinion is said, anybody who is involved in criminality will have the right to expose you. It is people who are doing legal things that we can play out. So I finish with Prince on that level. Secondly, George Weah have been selling this passport that he built all the houses. This is not new. This is coming out today, but this is not new. There are thousands of people who are carrying Liberian passport misrepresenting the Republic of Liberia simply because of money. But let's go to the basis of it. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is a criminal. He's a sex offender. He was accused. He cannot come to the U.S. He can't go anywhere. So what stops such a man from selling passport? This is why some of us say the government is full of criminals. The president entertains criminals. In fact, criminals are his best friend. Because you know what? You know the thing about crime? Somebody got to get a reward. Every crime has a reward.
Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Richardson, are you coming in or you want to go live?
Yes, Dr. Richardson is coming in right now. I'm going to say that
go ahead, please.
The selling of our passport is just an indication of how our corrupt leaders exploit our country, to make money for their own personal gains. This is what we're seeing. I mean, when you sell those passports, it involves money laundering. People are using our passport for their own different reasons, including, just to steal. So my take on this is under Mr. Cummings' government. This is simple. This is all relating to a systemic issue. We should have a check and balance system within the government to know where our passports are going. All right, who's using our passports? Why? Because anytime someone is caught with our passport for the sake of money laundering or for drug reasons, it affects Liberia. It tarnishes the reputation of Liberians. The second thing I wanted to address is something that Dwalu said on the show. I know this is his first time. I mean, when you talk about electability, do you understand democracy involves people being educated about what is happening to their country? Look at the literacy rate of Liberia. You know, when somebody comes here and tells me, oh, electability, somebody doesn't qualify because they are electability, what timing are you talking about when we talk about democracy? You know, are you talking about tribalistic timing? And when you talk about eligibility, please explain that, and I'll give you the opportunity. Hopefully, you explain that the next time. But your whole idea about the type 3 reasons why Mr. Cummings should be disqualified does not make any sense to me. So come back with your ideas.
Thank you. But you muted, Mo. You muted, sir. Mo, you are muted. All right, look at Mo on the phone. Let's bring in Dwalu. We'll keep our brother Gibson for last. Dwalu come in, then from there, Fatima.
Okay, Dr. Francine, I will answer your question at another time, but I will address the passport issue this time around. But just for the sake of clarity, I understand my ANC brothers always run to this tribal thing. Baka doesn't care about tribal issues, but I will say this. Let's ask ourselves a few questions regarding this passport issue. Why would anybody want to pay thousands of dollars just to get a Liberian passport when it has absolutely no value out there? The single reason I can think about is because of the nefarious reason. They want to use it against us in a way that's going to disadvantage this country. President Weah is harming this country in ways people don't even imagine yet. This is a serious issue. Look, we have these Westerners. They're quick to call us S-hole countries, but yet and still, they're undermining the democracy in our country. They're undermining our institutions, and they're weakening our society. And now their governments are not saying anything about this because President Weah is continuing to sell this thing. Look, let me say this. Anybody who votes for President Weah, this nonsense about, oh, they just hit the ball, is complete hogwash. I'm not going to dwell on it, but I'm going to say this. Any young man, any young woman that's listening to my voice, if you vote for President Weah, this is exactly what you're doing. You are saying to your children that you are relegating them to a life of extreme poverty, of extreme destitution. You are saying to them that you want your entire country destroyed. This man is a man-child. He has no business near the presidency. He should not be near the presidency. President Weah doesn't want to govern. He only cares about the fanfare of the office and not the responsibilities that come with his office. We are dying as a people because we have an absent leadership in the person of President Weah. We have to force the issue. Our passport is actually weakening every single Liberian citizen in that country. If we don't stop this now, this man will literally destroy this country. And I'll give it back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Before we move on, I don't know what Mo Ali doing. He's muted. I want to ask you a quick question, Dualu. It's important to have the diplomatic passport, though. A diplomatic passport can break through the chain, can take you places that an ordinary passport will not take you. So when you guys are paying 100, 150, 200,000, and they need to move things around, I think to you, your first question on this passport issue, I think that's the reason why they are buying.
If I may take a second, they have tax implications.
Correct.
So holding that diplomatic passport in any country reduce your tax responsibility. That's one. Number two,
right.
Travel restrictions are not aligned to it, right? Number three, this is a criminal enterprise because you are representing the Republic of Liberia in a way that you should not. Go ahead, bro. I just want
to let me say this. The thing is, Clinton, if they are all diplomatic, why is the CDC administration trying to hide why they're selling these passports? Why not make them public? Why do we have to go look for them? Publish them. And number two, look, let's ask this question. Why would anybody want Liberia's passport if not for nefarious reasons? Why? Who's going to Liberia?
Wow,
look,
thank you.
What is happening? Look, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mo, are you with us? I know we just got another breaking news from Aseda Mittal. We'll bring that in quick. But Mo, you want me to take this or you with us? What are we doing before we go to Fatima?
I haven't spoken yet.
After Fatima will be you, Gibsy. All right, Moses, I should continue. I look like he's working on something. Fatima, your 2 minutes on this passport issue.
Well, CEO, I think you can see the exploitation of our people and our resources. Our passport is the identity of Liberia and Liberians. And as a diplomat, it gives you privileges in other nations. It also allows you, like the brother said, to have tax exemptions overseas, in your country and even overseas. So I think them using these passports, giving it to these foreigners to do, most of these people, of course, if you're using Liberian passport, you're not using it for any means to help the Liberian people. You're using it to exploit our people, to exploit other nations, to do criminal behaviors. And I think they are aware because they have not brought any investor in that country. They are now using this to steal money of foreigners to better their lives and not the Liberian people's lives. So I think we should hold them accountable. That's my take on it. I really think we should. Oh. Hello? I can't see you. I don't know what's going on.
Stanton, you are muted.
See you. I think you're muted. I'm not.
Gibson, you may proceed.
I think Gibson too is muted.
Okay.
Can hear you. Unmute yourself, Gibson.
Yeah, I think I'm all right.
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Okay. So let me first of all, I may agree with George Solo that his assertion, his comment about Clarice Moniba is very much in place. But I'm not going to dwell on that. A man who want to carry concubines in the executive mansion, I'm not going to comment on that. I'm going to comment on a passport issue. First of all, no, you are wrong, Prince. I'm the only person on this platform that have done media law and privacy continuum based on my legal studies for 4 years. So I know what privacy is. The people who commit crimes, they are not protected under privacy continuum. They are not protected. The only people that are protected are the women who are raped and children who are involved in crime. These are the people you protect. But anyone who participated, any adult who participated in committing a crime, they are not protected under the privacy continuum. So no, you are wrong. They are not protected. Their birthday, their social security, if they have one, they need to be put out there because we don't even know whether the birthday they are using is correct or is wrong. Whether the social security they are using is fake or it's not fake. It can be a conglomeration of crimes that they may be committing. So if you put the information out there, it helps law enforcement to follow them and trace them and get them and nail them. So that's what I want to say on that. But here is what Mr. Solo and my sister said here. They said the diplomatic passport has immunity. It has a lot of benefits. Some of the benefits include, but not limited to, a special treatment when you get to the airport. Maybe you are separated from the rest of the people and giving you a different channel to get out. And doing that, it can be people who can carry drugs. They can use the passport, the benefit, the protection of the diplomatic passport because they are separated. They are not searched in such a way that other people are searched. They can also commit other crimes, including carrying drugs, carrying illegal substances, contraband substances, and they can go away with it. And in case they are caught, the country that issued them diplomatic passport are responsible. They can be questioned and they can be devalued. Their passport can be devalued as giving it to criminals. The other thing is there's no delay due to time consuming of passengers who are supposed to be traveling, and you don't have to go through special check. No taxes can be charged on your businesses, or if you are doing any work in a country as a diplomat, you cannot be charged. You don't have any visa fees. You have visa-free entry into any country if you have a diplomatic passport. You are diplomatic immunity of the country where your diplomatic passport is issued. You are protected under the diplomatic residency. That means you can live in a place and you can have special immunity, including getting certain kind of leverage in terms of rent. Your office can be rented and the government will not charge you certain kind of leverages. So it is so bad for people to sell Liberia's diplomatic passport to criminals around the world, and we cannot even stomach the fact that these people continue to be they continue to do the things they are doing. It is unfortunate. I hope I'm being heard. Is somebody hearing me?
You good, my man? We hear you. I'm going to show you a sleeping video. You good?
Yeah. Go ahead and put a sleeping video. I don't have time to respond, so go ahead and put it on. Stand on.
Thank you very much, guys. We have a lot of breaking news. Sorry to interrupt you, Gabe.
10 seconds.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Listen, this crime that is being committed, it is affecting every Liberian reputation. Every Liberian who carries a passport. I was in Morocco some time ago, and a Liberian showed his passport, and the guy threw the passport back at the Liberian. I felt so bad. The guy took a passport, he was asking him a question, and he gave a passport, and the man threw the passport back to him. These are the things that happen to people when your country is selling passport to criminals, especially diplomatic passport. How can you sell a diplomatic passport to someone who is not a diplomat of the Liberian government? It's not an official diplomat of the Liberian government. These are the things that this government is doing, and we have to nail them. Let the Liberian people know that their passports are out there, and they will not be respected out there. When they get out there, they are going to be snared out. They are going to be disgraced. They are going to be disrespected because of the action of their government. And no, Prince, there's no protection for the kind of people. Their birthday, their social security, their any identity should be put out there under the privacy continuum and media law.
Thank you very much to our brother. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
I
Go
just
ahead,
wanted
man.
to add that, when our repetition around the word is tarnished, it affects the Liberians in a long-term way. One of the way that it affects us is when investors are coming to a country, they research the country. If you have a lot of scandals associated with your country, such as money laundering or terrorism, who will want to come to invest in our country? Who will want to come to invest to bring jobs, to give our people a livelihood? So some of the things that we need to, nap in the country, get rid of is, people selling passports. Incompetent, inept government will do that because they are corrupt. They want to steal money. They want to take the money to build their houses and for personal gains. So this is why we need to get rid of those people who sell our passports.
Thank you very much.
I'm on one thing too. This is
real
why,
quick, brother. Real quick, we got to move. Real quick.
For some of us who are back there in the 70s,
a whole lot of new things that we've got.
We did not need visa to many places. This is why we have all the visa regulations. Liberian business people cannot succeed. Everywhere you go, you have to go to embassy for visa. That passport, as the Lone Star used to be respected. But our abuse of our own passport, you can name a country now that Liberia don't take visa to our pay you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. We're going to show this picture real quick. Mo Ali want me to show this. They got as a mediator between the passport foreign ministry and that of the OSA world. Okay, the guys that actually received the money and distribute these passports from the foreign ministry. That's the man here. The allegation that this is the individual. This is the individual.
He is from Kenya.
Okay, he's from Kenya, man. The man is in Liberia. He get a diplomatic passport, as you can see. And this guy negotiating, working with folks from the foreign ministry. There's a deputy minister by the name Gray. The allegation is that she's overseeing all this. I don't know her full name, but again, you'll know her probably. Now, this guy connection is not only limited. This is very important now. His connection is not only limited to the foreign ministry. They got the vice president as well. I want you guys to take a look. This is the gentleman and the vice president. The same Kenya guy and the vice president. Hey, Josoro, where you at?
As a matter of fact, this guy is the ring leader for that whole passport thing. He is the one who comes and negotiates for the issuance and sale of diplomatic passport, Liberian diplomatic passport, to people in the outside world. So his connection is way high up. It's not only at the foreign ministry. That's the guy there.
Let me bring in Prince Mike.
Show me Isaac Joshua where you at.
Let me bring Prince and I will come to you real quick. Prince.
Okay,
this guy have mass connection, Prince O. Imagine he's with the vice president of the Republic of Liberia. This guy will have a picture of him and other ministers, including Kemaya, that we are downloading. Okay, he's connected, and as the allegation goes, he is the ringleader.
Stanton.
Yes, sir.
Let me just address something quickly. To Jeru, I think you need to. I'll be very aggressive with you, Jeru. I think you need to quiet yourself down, simply because the nonsense Liberia occupies today, you were instrumental in creating that George Weah. You made George Weah what George Weah is today. So shut up. But we're talking about the bad George Weah have done. Your character cannot be compared. Your character cannot be compared to.
We are in a chat room. We will not do this on our show.
Okay.
Please.
So
We
please.
in the chat room and deal with Jerry, but let's be
So please.
professional.
So please reduce your vocality on Dr. Moniba, because you have no place to speak on that. Absolutely no place, Jeru. Second to that is the fact that I do agree, and Dr. Moniba fully agrees, Lino fully agrees, that this issue of our passport selling has been too long. We have damaged our country. This is not the first time, second time, third time, fourth time. Even for me as a former diplomat, my job was to clean up the mess that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs were making. If Andrew comes on right now, Andrew's last mission, it was Andrew and I going from intelligence office to intelligence office, working to clean our image about passport selling. to the point where the European Union at some point even refused certain of our passports. We have to be in the trenches, making sure that people respect the integrity of our passport. So this is personal, but at a political level, Dr. Moniba has stated over and over that the sanctity of the Liberian passport is connected to the sovereignty of Liberia, and it must be respected. This a point that to be clear here.
Yeah, real quick.
Every diplomatic passport that Liberia has is covered under the Geneva Convention. It means each and every person possessing the Liberian passport is carrying with them the sovereignty of Liberia that is protected under the Geneva Convention. Meaning, as you said rightly, I'm coming. Why they are buying the passport? That's the point I'm getting to. George, I do agree with you. They are buying it for tax reduction purposes, tax exemption purposes, reduction of travel restriction purposes, open business opportunity purposes, and so many others. The point there is that by this time, the oldest ministry in the history of Liberia should have a check and balance mechanism to protect the integrity of our diplomatic passport.
Thank you very much, my dear brother. We'll come to this. We got to show you guys another picture. Georgie, before you come in, guys, there's nothing personal here. This is about Liberia we are talking about.
I was going to speak before
Georgie, I want to show one picture.
I want to
I want you to speak. I want you to speak after I show this picture. I'm begging you. It's important. I got to show this picture. Okay? Just hold on 1 minute. No, we cannot give you 10 seconds, Mr. Gibson. When you have your time, you will speak. I'm begging you. Let's just move real quick. It is important for us to do this. This is very wicked. This is wickedness. Hold on 1 minute. More. Let me show this picture. More. Let me show this picture. This is the same guy. Who are in that picture you can recognize? This is the same Kenya guy. And he taking picture with CDC executive and the National Investment Commissioners. You are seeing them. This is exactly what we're talking about. These guys hold on to the Liberian passport, and they, like you said, Solo, they can go anywhere without restriction because they have the key to make them to break through. Georgie, you eating on our show, my brother. I know you're hungry, but you cannot eat on the show, bro. So my best thing here is that we have to expose this, and we ask every one of you, please. The man is seen with Joel Howard Taylor, the vice president, enter Joel. He's seen with the rest of the CDC guys. What say you, Solomon George? What say you, my brother, George Solo?
Number one, my name is Solomon George, my name is George Solo.
No, George Solo, so much job. What say you, brother? You eating something I can see.
Number three, I caution Prince, because you represent a presidential candidate. We, the Liberians now, we are in a position where we need people who will fight for what is right. So whenever you have that position where, we got to blare there, we got to blare that, we have a problem with it. Separate of that, I agree with Prince. Analogy is chronological approach to the issue. I agree with Gibson. We have no room for criminals. There's no space to protect criminals. No law in any country protect criminals. But let's get back to this passport issue, Stanton. Let's get back to the passport issue and the basis of it. There's a guy who have pictures. There's a guy who is known to be interacting with a higher level and the higher echelons of Liberia. Any man, and I will say this and close, anybody who will pay $150,000 for passport, no, is fraudulent. No nation in the world charge $150,000 for passport. America does not. US does not. Europe does not. No country in the world charge $150,000. So these are criminals by intent. If you ask me today to pay $20,000 for a passport, Stanton, I will know that you want me to commit a crime and I'm a criminal. That's why I'm paying that $20,000. The maximum cost of a passport, we all know it. So let's be realistic. And what I wanted to say to Prince, when you represent a presidential candidate, there's no gray area. We're looking at all of y'all. we're listening to you on this show. You speak on behalf of Dr. Moniba. And when you say we must play this or they did not buy enough, we will rate Dr. Moniba based on your expose.
Thank you, guys. Thank you,
no,
guys.
No, I'm getting you. It's my turn, Prince.
Now, hold on, guys. Guys, hold on. Let's bring in Fatima. The news is coming up like crazy. We got this big one that George Manor, we are going to bring in $17.5 million. Again, you want to hear this. But let's bring in Fatima. Let's close on this passport thing. Fatima, come in. Mr. Duaru will come in and get you what
just 1 second. Ladies, gentlemen, when we were in the background, that is the news that was breaking to us. We have the release. We have all of the information from Solway to Meta Steel, and how is the 17.5 million going to be channeled to Mr. Wuya and everything. So
let's go. We're going to bring that information. Let me bring in Fatima real quick. I want to hear from Duaru on this. Duaru, before I get to you, the wire transfer information, I will reveal it to the Labyrinth people. 200,000 for diplomatic passport. The wire transfer confirmation number, I about to give it to you guys. Fatima, talk to us, please.
Well, like I was saying, CEO and the rest of the panelists, this is a sovereign nation, and all of our resources have been, I think you can see, all of it have been taken away just by the 1%, George Weah and his people, and that's what they are doing. They can't bring in investors to help our nation. All of our people are suffering, and now they are taking our passport, putting it into the hands of criminals to rob our nation. Because if you go out there with a diplomatic passport, all immunities are given to you. You are afforded respect. You are giving tax exemptions. Just as a little example, my son plays sports in Europe, and he was going to Europe, and he mistakenly put his American passport under his car seat, and we couldn't find it. And we went to get him an emergency passport, and they were like, no, we got to get a police report stating that the passport was missing before they could issue him one. So we had to come back, get a police report, go back and get it. That's how other nations respect their passport. And if ours could just be given to people, the highest bidder, we know that this president is incompetent. He does not even, I don't think he even understands what he's doing with this passport.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The allegation here is getting heavy. The allegation here is getting wide. The allegation here, Dualu, let me come to you before Gibson take us home. These are all allegations. But let me say this. As alleged, Dualu, I want you to see this. Enter by ID, date book, deal status, process, US. These are the wire information I am sharing with folks. Folks, you need to see this. When the people pay the money, if you know the allegation, people calling the name Councillor DeWitt Gray from the Foreign Ministry. Again, these are allegations, folks, but we want to be very clear. We are a network that would expose these things, and then we all said our sources and allegation, because that's what we have come to know. We are seeing picture of this gentleman with Madam Vice President. Picture with the investors team representing Liberia. They may have a Liberia diplomatic passport book. Duaru.
Yeah, look, Stanton.
Our country is hanging.
The country is hanging, but one thing we are forgetting, when President Weah first came to power, he broke down every single governing institution for this very reason. He's become so cavalier with the people's business. He doesn't even care what happens. In fact, most of the crimes against the people is being done in the open without any hesitation of any kind. People will say you're talking. You know, what really bothers me is this. When people for whom you're talking and they come up with this nonsense about, oh, you're just here the ball. The ball is destroying every fabric of this society. This is not President Weah's power farm. This is our common heritage. This is our home. It's being destroyed by them. And when somebody talk, they say, oh, you're emotional. Like, we are children dying right now in Liberia. Am I supposed to be emotional about that? We are being killed. His decision is destroying this country. Something has to be done. And Dr. Francine, hopefully you can yield your time to me when you got time so I can answer your question directly. I'll give it back to you guys.
I would never do that, because what you have to say, what you said earlier doesn't have any doesn't have any.
Folks, let me announce Dr. Francine going to school to be a lawyer. She will give you guys help. upon the doctor and the law thing, it would be crazy. Casey, she said I would never do so. But folks, we got text messages after Gibson. We're going to read the deal, the transaction between this guy and other players in UAE about this same project. I will read it, I will reveal it, and Liberian people can decide. Do you really want George Manawiya for another 6 years? Is your left better? The left of the country, is it better? Ask yourself. 200,000. They have over 250,000 books, diplomatic passport. The allegations that we will reveal this again tomorrow in the coming days. Councillor DeWard Gray is controlling this whole aspect, working across the eye. Again, these are allegations, but we want you guys to understand. We will tell you as it is. So Gibson, while you're speaking, let me upload these text messages between these different individuals. This is the Spoon Talk. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. First of all, Prince, I forgive you. I know I don't have a problem with you. I believe that a man like you who defend a man who does not even have the ability to keep his wife at home and want to bring girlfriend in the executive mansion.
No. Gibson,
you know, political candidate got a lot of reps and reps.
Guys, I will not do that.
No, I'm not leaving with you.
Guys, I will put it in your bag. Again, just so you're bad man. Just so you're bad man. We can do that. No, just so you're rich guy. The people from Grand Gina said
hello, Anton, let me say this, right? To Gibson and to Prince. We have very serious issues affecting the country that we are discussing here tonight. We need to discuss them. We need to come down to that 17.5 million issue that Josh wants to take to run Gibson, and Prince. Let's focus on these issues. When we go in the chat room, let's deal with our political candidates there. But please, let's focus on these issues tonight, please.
Even though the man attacked me, I got the right to respond, but you said I shouldn't respond. That's fine. I will move on. But here is the thing, guys. The issue of the diplomatic passports, it goes beyond the individual who are bearing these passports. It goes into the very it goes to the people who own the country, the Liberian people. And because your diplomatic passport, and some even ordinary passport are in other people's hands. The diplomatic passport, people who are not diplomat of Liberia are giving diplomatic passport. It speaks volume. It can even speak to the allegation that even Liberia may be condoning or aiding and abetting criminal activities in the sub-region by giving their passport to people to use it to have free access to airports and other places. So this is beyond the normal thing. Oh, the man is wrong or the man is not wrong. This issue, I think the government itself, they should be ashamed of themselves that they cannot take the passport from these people's hands, and they should be investigated. If not, we have been seeing so many things in the Georgia government that have never been investigated. And some are investigated and action never taken against them. So I believe that this is another one of the things that happen in this government that are not being sought, that continue to rip apart the reputation of the country. And I'm for it, for every Liberian to take action to make sure if you see the diplomatic passport people, make sure you question them wherever you see them. And I will do the same. If I see a Nigerian man with a passport, I want to see your resident, I want to see your citizenship ID card with that passport. If I see a white man with a passport, diplomatic passport, I'm going to ask you, how did you get it? Where can I be citizen in Liberia? So we should fight this together. But again, this is the modus operandi of the Liberian government. And I don't think Joshua and his folks...
Thank you very much, Big Brother Gibson. I don't think George Manawiya is up to speed with this thing. I think it's a disgrace for our country. Guys, this is exactly what we're talking about before we move back to Mo Ali and the other breaking news. See you, folks. George Solo. Georgie, look at this one. Ego, Zap Singh. Ego, USD, 200,000. Beneficiary. Folks, Swift Code. Bank. Everything. Bank country, Kenya. Warren Meda Limited.
Stanton, we are beating a dead horse. We are beating a dead horse. George Weah is a criminal. If is a criminal. These people engage with criminals to exploit the Liberian people. This is obvious. Can you hear me?
We are hearing you, Josh. We are hearing you. You just cut me off. It wasn't your time. That's why we're not hearing you. Good that we didn't hear you. Josie went blank. But folks, let me read this to you guys.
George Weah is a criminal. His vice
Georgie, I want to read
president, when
this
you
real
find a
quick.
running mate, Pagoy myself always tell you.
I want to read this real quick. You can call me. These are some of the. I got a lot of.
I don't
text
have to read
messages
it.
between
I'm
this
aware
folks.
of it.
No, I'm
Thank
reading
God.
it because we got people in the radio
Yeah.
line. I got to read it. We got this thing right. A lot of text messages, folks. We just do not bring up story because we want to. We've been sitting on this story for almost a month, gathering our informations. Read what you are saying. Good morning, sir. Hope this finds you well. Did you have any time off for Easter? Could you please send me the new number for the Honorable Tanning, please, and her government ID? Thank you in advance. Please note, she was moved to another ministry and has nothing to do with any project. Now in the Ministry of Money. Good day. The next text message coming up to you. Okay, thanks. Inform committee. Hi, Patrick. Any word? Miss call 1756. Please pick up. I'm seated here with committee and president. Unfortunately, the WhatsApp does not work in the UAE. These are the transactions. I have one very damning, but folks are saying keep it with the other passport that you will be discussing tomorrow. But Mo Ali, we're wrapping on this story. Before we do so, you are seeing interaction. You are seeing communication. This is the spoon talk. We don't play. This is huge. George Manuel Weah, his minister Kemaya, Councillor Dewey Gray, all of them, the allegation that they are part of certain passport involving the vice president of the Republic of Liberia, meeting this guy, okay? She met him. She wine and dined with him. Is this the Liberia you want, my people? This is exactly what we always talk about, that Liberia deserves better. This guy went as far as meeting the president. There's a reason why I want to hold that picture to bring you back tomorrow again. So on this note, while we close on this,
let me say something quickly.
let me play the video real quick. Let me play the little video.
Yeah,
the little
play
video real
that
quick.
video
Because,
and I'll say
yeah,
something.
well, I'm not in the foreign ministry, or they put give me that document. I want you to see that this is phone talk. People just don't like the idea. What you are seeing is true. It's at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Liberia. You see exactly what they're scanning for. I want you to know these guys, they are the allegation that they are selling the passport. Liberians, take heed. Do you want another 6 years of George Manuel Weah? There you have it, folks. Mo Ali going to take us home.
So let me
now, and then we'll
you know,
go to
I've
the
been
second
sitting,
quarter.
I've been sitting
Let
and
go
calculating.
I will go first because I gotta get off.
Yeah,
After
Jody,
Mo.
let me go too quick. I've been sitting and calculating, right? Normally, when people say, "Oh, they're selling passport to make money," I've been thinking, but the highest we can pay for passport is $100. Except if you want it quick, they ask you for 50 and this and that. But knowing that these people are buying diplomatic passport for $200K, and Stanton, you just showed a picture of 6. That's 6 Liberian people. When you multiply 200,000 by 6, that's 1,200,000 right there. So imagine if you sold 5-10 diplomatic passport in 1 day time. If you told 10 in 1 day time, that's $2 million right there. Imagine how many they have sold. So if you go say 100, that's tough. That damn it, I see why people say the government is selling it and generating money. That's one of the sources of the 50 million budget that they did for the campaign. Because if you just said 6 passport at 1.2 million, if you said 12, that's 2.4 million.
Well, let me say this before our brother come. We got to go to the other information. The reason why the government make this a national security issue, and George Soto, that's what I want to bring you in, is that these people use the passport to come here. They are not Liberians, though. They're from another country, Dr. Richardson. They take the Liberian diplomatic passport. They can come here, they go to Mexico, they go all over here and there, and they do some bad stuff. So the United States government is fighting these things. So everything that I receive a lot. And me, y'all know me, I'm from Nuclear Town. I sent it over to the people that I needed. I did. I'm not an investigator. And I asked those people that I know that work for these people that year to go ahead and something. I sent it over to them. I said, yo, look what the people doing with Liberian people diplomatic passport. And everybody named that on that passport, the people who investigate them. Are you legit or you are not? Guys, I'm not afraid. Liberia deserves better. People from the foreign ministry themselves. I beg you, let me finish. Let me finish my 10 seconds, Georgie. Let me finish my 10 seconds. Georgie, let me finish my 10 seconds. You always do this to me. I will take my time and rest on my own 10 seconds. It's important for us to know this, Dwadu. It's very important that wickedness in high places. These people took 250,000 diplomatic passport booked to Liberia. If they're selling them 150 and 200,000, as alleged, you know how much money? This is wickedness. This is complete wickedness. And I rest for my brother George Soto to speak. Yo, thank you for joining Spoon Talk tonight. We got another juicy one coming for you about ArcelorMittal giving Joe. We are 17.5 million United States dollars. Go ahead, Georgie.
Sorry, Stan, emotions are high. Emotions are high. Number one.
Go ahead, bro.
That's why we're discussing this issue. When you have a 50 million campaign budget in a nation that people don't have education and healthcare, it means that all of that money is from criminal activities. Your government is engaged in criminal activities. That's how they're raising that 50 million. Point one. Point two. The point two that I want to make, nobody who does not have a criminal mind will pay $150,000 for passport. So anybody that you sell it to is clear that he's a criminal and he intends to do criminal activity. You know, number three, Mo Ali, you experience murdering and you experience people who have deep emotional emotions related to this process because consequences come with conscience. I understand you're a liberal, but at some point you must embrace the conservative as well. Because some of all you are telling when listen, we tire now and read to tire level, the tire scraping and smoke coming out. So sometimes we are emotional. But the reality of the situation is we are all here saying the same thing. From Prince to Gibson to you, we are saying the same thing. Liberia is in a state of peril. We cannot count on our government. We have no form of connection to our government with transparency or accountability. So we might speak in different volumes, but we are all saying the same thing. Stanton, I will leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Mo. Back to you, my brother. So can we, before we go to the second one, because it will be very hard, can we give the guys a chance to speak about their own political party? All right. I know we are all talking about this issue. We are going now to the ArcelorMittal award in George Manor. We are 17.5 million United States dollars. We have the document and we'll talk about it. But Dr. Richardson, let's talk about what is on your mind briefly, and we'll make a cycle. Then we'll go to Mo Ali next conversation.
There's three things I'd like to state. One, I already talked about the impact, the negative impact of selling passports domestically. First, when companies want to come to Liberia, they have to research, they have to find out, more about our country. And when they find out, like I just Googled passport, Liberia passport came out, scandals. And so when they see these scandals, why would they want to come to Liberia for any kind of investment? Secondly, internationally, like I said, money laundering, fraudulent behaviors, like terrorism, all of this are attached to Liberia. When people go out there and do wrong, it affects us internationally. And we are talking about the diplomatic passport that these people are selling. Let's even talk about, because of my line of work, I have seen occasions where regular passport, Liberian passport, were actually given to people who are not Liberians. And the reason why they needed that passport, because certain countries, because of the war, give us certain privileges. Like, for example, in regular passport in this country allow you to get TPS if you're Liberian. In this country, they call like something the Liberian refugees status is LRIF under the immigration law. It allows you to get that. So if you have a regular passport, if you're from other country, other parts of the world, and you have Liberian passport, you'll be eligible to get those statuses. Where meanwhile, the regular Liberians are, suffering. They can't leave the country. They can't get the status in the United States or other developing country. Lastly, under Mr. Cummings' administration, this will not happen. This will never happen, okay? Because there will be check and balances. We know how patriotic Mr. Cummings is, and he's going to definitely make sure people that he's signed to represent our country, like people in the passport offices, will have a higher degree of patriotism. And also, we're going to recalibrate. When Mr. Cummings comes to power, the whole foreign ministry policy has to be recalibrated. We have to look towards ways that we can use the reflection of our country, the beauty of our country, as an economic tool. So I don't know, George Weah and his company and his people, they are exploiting the country. They are corrupt. No wonder why they don't work. No wonder why they don't go hard, work hard for the Liberian people. There's no wonder why we hear, and it's so it bothers me when I hear people saying things like, this is our time. This is what the man has the country at heart. This is what people said before George Weah came to power. And we see what we're getting right now. So let's continue with our electability. People said that George Weah was electable before because he had a country at heart. Let's see what will go, how far we'll go with thinking with those kind of ideas.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Do you want to go first, Prince Maxwell? Let's talk about Leno.
Yeah, first and foremost, let me just make some clarity here. I think I've made this clarity over and over, and I know this platform sometimes does convey the perception that they lean in a certain way. I've made it absolutely clear on what Dr. Moniba's position is. And let me give you the history of Dr. Moniba's position. Dr. Moniba is seriously sad. He's very, very angry of the fact that people are selling Liberian passport. Why? Because during his time when he served at the Liberian embassy in the US, way back years ago, to help boost that embassy infrastructure and systems and processes, he's put in place safeguards at that embassy to make sure that passport selling was a non-issue in that place. So this is somebody who understands the embarrassment and national shame that comes with the selling of the passport. Dr. Moniba has made it clear over and over that this is definitely a generational fight. That's the reason why. Because the people that are in the system have been there for so long, and they have tarnished the entire system reputation. They have tarnished the system for what it is. So how can we keep these people consistently in the system and expect the system to change? This is the reason why we now have rural uprising. Everywhere George Weah goes, people are booing him. Everywhere his ministers are going, people are booing them. Everywhere the Popo General goes, it's so loud going behind him. And the people know about these lies. The people are already signaling to Liberian people that there is a generational change going on because it's a generational fight. Dr. Moniba has made his position clear on this. And I have been distinguished in emphasizing that position on this platform. Not only that, I spoke on my personal capacity as a former diplomat. My instinct immediately kicked in when I saw the passport appear on here. And I said, please just blurt out the date of birth. I never said hide the information for Liberian people, because that's how I was trained. If I was in a position of possessing that passport, the first thing I would do based on my training is blurt out immediately the date of birth. That is not the current Moniba's position. That the Moniba position is that corruption should be eradicated from Liberia in all its forms, whether it is passport selling, whether it is visa selling, it should be eradicated from Liberia, even at the highest level. And Dr. Moniba goes from town to town, villages to villages, to talk about this consistently. That is the reason why the youth now of Liberia is migrating to Dr. Moniba, because now his message is resonating, his message is going in the ear of the youth and the young people in the country. Dr. Moniba frowns on this. Why? Because he has to travel. Young people got to travel. There are things here, there are information on this platform. Give me a chance, please. There are information on this platform I cannot talk about. Why is it that certain passport for Liberia cannot be received and cannot be honored? This is not the only passport being sold.
Thank you,
in
Prince.
Liberia.
Thank you, Prince. Prince, we appreciate you. And again, we are not leaning any one which way, Prince. I'm very, very in the middle on behalf of the Liberian people. I do everything I can to be in the middle, because I know the best option for Liberia is opposition. The only thing you will say about me, I dislike the policy of George Manawia, and I will not support George Manawia. But I care less who comes from the opposition. Liberia will be better. Let's go to Mr. Dualu, Fatima, and Gibson will take us home as we end up with George Solo and that of Mo Ali.
Thank you so much, Stanton. Look, I'm going to say this about Dr. Moniba. It would serve him best were he to throw in the towel now and cast his lot with Honorable Boykai and hopefully reposition himself for future run. I think that would be the best option for him. Let's stop wasting our time. But I would say this. You want us to tell you why a person that we support should be the next president of the Republic of Liberia. Let me tell you why Honorable Boykai is best suited for this position. Here, based on my experience, I don't dwell too much on experience. There is nobody in this race who understands the intricacies of Liberia far better than Honorable Boykai, who's lived in this beast, who understands this beast, who understands our problem. Let me tell you something. You cannot find solutions to a problem if you don't understand what the problems are. Honorable Boykai understands that heavily. When we speak about electability, it has nothing to do with an individual. It has everything to do with everybody that's running in that race. It takes time. Over a long period of time, you develop that portion to become electable, to become relatable. It's a perfect timing. So there are times you have to come into that race. Honorable Boykai has met every single criteria that it takes to transform this country. Look, in our villages, when we have a problem, we go back to the elders and we sit in the village square and we reorient the entire village so we can grow as a society. We must go back to the drawing board. And I believe the person that had the chalk and the blackboard to recast this country is Honorable Boykai, because he's lived in this piece and he understands it. And I'll give it back to you guys.
Thank you, Dualu. Thank you very much, Dualu. And the people, Fatima Bintu Salif.
Yes, CEO. So I'm supporting Joseph Newman Boykai, and my reasons are clear and simple and precise. Joseph Newman Boykai came from humble beginnings, and all of the struggles he went through as a young man, a young adult, he's been honest and he stayed the course. Joseph Newman Boykai, as Minister of Agriculture, I still go back to that. He was able to help our people feed and sustain themselves and even our neighbors. He was able to ensure that our people were exporting cocoa and coffee. He has a proven record. He's a man who is respected among his peers. He has clean hands. He will bring respect back to the nucleus family. He will bring respect back to children. He will make our young people not to be called Zogis and Zogos. He will create a people. What is a people without hope and a people without anything to live for? They become all of those things. He will create wealth, and it will spread from it will trickle down to the lowest of the low. He appreciates each person as an individual, as a human being. It will bring respectability back to Liberia. Just Newman Boykai hears the cries of the Liberian people, even his own children. He told them, he said, I don't want you to become this or that because I'm vice president. I want you to earn it on merit basis. He would treat all Liberians as equal. I believe in this man because when you speak to him, you see his full passion for the nation. You see who he is.
Thank you
as a
very
human
much.
being, what he
A
wants to bring to the table.
few years back, you believe in Josh Manawia, so we
I
don't know
did,
which
man.
one we
He was
take.
my friend. He was my friend
Few
at the
years
time.
back, you
But
believe in
now,
Josh Manawia, you
I
believe in
did
Moba
until he
Molu,
proved me
you
back.
believe
That's why
in
I'm one
Joseph
of those.
Koji, you
I'm
believe
one
in
of those
all of
that
them,
believe. No,
and
no, I
now
never
you
believe
believe
in
in
none of
Abe
those.
Joseph. Huh?
That's why I'm coming back with the slogan, our past sorry, we made mistake. I here to correct my mistake. And that's
Thank
what
God,
I'm
you
doing.
let move
Yeah,
forward. You
so
won't go to a few years back. You're all guilty, but let's move forward.
thank you.
Look at that.
I'm here
Look
to
at that.
correct my
No,
mistake.
man. I know where I'm coming from with this thing, because I get text messages from Fatima that I will be sharing later before the show
Okay,
ends. All right, go
so
ahead,
it's my
Gibson.
time. Fatima, I will start from where you almost ended off. Nucleus family. Tiawan Gonglo, Councillor Tiawan say Gonglo is a family man. He's a married man. He has children. He's a family man. Tiawan Gonglo does not live by concubines and girlfriends. So you can be rest assured, Liberia, that if you have a Tiawan Gonglo in your executive mansion, you're not going to have a bunch of concubines coming over. You're not going to have a lot of girlfriends coming over. He's going to live as a family man. He takes care of family. So we're not going to let Liberian people to have a president in the house who cannot take care of family. But two things I want to say about Councillor Gonglo. I always say this. Councillor Gonglo is the decent person that people say, oh, he's a good guy. He's a decent man. He has integrity. But then they say, boy, he not get money. This is what I want you to do. If a person is good, he's good. If the person is not good, he's not good. When the person is good, you support them. When the person has integrity, you support them. If the person living with a family and taking good care of a family, he's not going after girlfriend or concubine, you support them. That is what politics is about for presidential. That is stop it.
No, waiting for you to finish. But it's okay to go after first wife, second wife, and third wife, right? First divorce, second divorce, and third divorce, right? Oh, no, don't put your hand up now. You know, you just want to say Malida thing, you're still fighting on it. You married the first time, the second time, the third time, the fourth time, it's okay.
I'm going to marry first, second, third time.
Oh, how many times have you married? I'm a very clear conscience tonight.
At least he has a family.
At least? At least? Okay,
You're doing 15,000 seconds. When you get wet, Gypsy, okay.
Not carry concubines all over the place as an entourage. Not carry girlfriend as an entourage.
You're lucky that Prince Mazo don't want to attack you that or pick you up.
I'm not talking about Prince Mazo, I'm talking about Kennedy.
And you know, to Dr. Francine, on the professional level, in terms of capability, corporate management, knowledge of managing a budget and all of those things, I have no doubt on Alexander Cummings. I work in corporate America. I've done so for 21 years. You know, when I look at my brother Gibson, I have no qualms on Councillor Gonglo. If you go back to the history, in fact, when the Molu and Jefferson, Koji, and Akaros Grace were arrested, it was Councillor Gonglo who went to the Supreme Court, who went to the police station and served as our lawyer when I was TDC chairman and freed them. He has that level of integrity. I know that. When we even look at Dr. Moniba, he's a young example. He's a young man who fostered his education. He married, he not married. Some of all who married, we wish we were him. So, you know, I don't look at those things as impediment. But when I look at old man Walker, he's ready.
So I don't have a problem. Just so you get fact, concubines, I don't get a problem. You're not going to be president.
No, but listen now. Even if somebody is going to be president and is competent, their personal life do not matter. So we must escalate this conversation.
In the house and call them 5 ladies.
Hello, gentlemen. We can all join in the conversation in a social one, social all. I'm fine with that.
No, Gibson, let me finish. You must respect the single as much as you respect the married. 95% of people in married level are unhappy. If someone say, I'm dedicating my life to my nation, I refuse to take on this responsibility, you cannot fault him for it. If you find him doing something wrong, I will stand with you against him. But as we said today, Moniba has the integrity.
Let me just correct something. He did not say I refuse. He did not say I refuse to take responsibility.
I'm helping you now. You enjoy the help. Now your turn, I'm on time. I'm helping you just enjoy the help. Dr. Moniba has right. Whether single or married, that is not a political requirement to be president of the Republic of Liberia. And that's why we get president who married with 15 girlfriends. So don't be a Dr. Moniba on
now, who's that?
Mo
now,
Ali.
who's that, Judge?
No, I'm just talking generally. I'm calling nobody names.
The one that you can carry the shirt and the t-shirt in your room and the car.
Let me finish my leg here and go away. Thank you. Mo Ali. Those who marry, those who not marry, those who get a broom in their hand, those who get professional accolade that Liberia will never vote for. Brother, your responsibility is to bring all of us to understanding that Joseph Boakai is the right candidate. Whenever you get on these platforms, be tolerant. We want to move Liberia forward. I wanted to talk to each every one of the participants and I blind out.
Thank you, Mo. I know you were coming with the next conversation, which is very important.
1 minute to Joyce Solo. Why I can't finish my
No, I beg you, Gibson, not do this thing to us, man. You will give you 1 minute before you want to give it to Joyce Solo. You know what I was saying? They may get first West, he divorced. Second West, he divorced. Third West, he divorced. So divorcing will have in the executive mansion. Then you're talking Tabata about the men are single. More let's go.
People are married out the same way, it may correct.
They're not true. They're not true.
Yeah, man.
I don't want to tell you, but they're not true.
You know, Stanton, most of the colleagues here from the Boakai end have spoken. And there isn't much to say, but I can tell you that as part of our platform, our foreign policy is very, very strong on some of these things. Because one thing we intend to do is to restore the lost image of this country like we did back in 2006 up to 2017. You know, it is really a bad thing when you travel out there and your passport is not respected. Once you begin to sell your passport to criminals, and you go out there, the moment they see your passport, you know, it has happened to me several times because of my name, right? Every time I travel to the US, they can put me in some kind of small room. You know, and I'll say this, right? You know the group of people you can find in that room, plenty from Africa? The Nigerians. When they come from South America, the Colombians, they in our room plenty. You just see Nigerian men all over the place.
The Mexican too, bro. The Mexican there.
Exactly, the Mexican too. Just the recent trip I made to the US. In fact, I fought with the immigration guy. The man opened my stuff on the screen. He saw the number of times I visited the US. And I asked him, I said, but why are you doing this? You've seen the number of times I visited the US. He said, but we have to do it all the time. The name.
You are a person of interest.
Exactly. And so I had to tell him, I said, this time around, the next time I come here and you do this thing, he said, no, for this visa, I'm going to clear it. So no matter the number of times you come to this place, they're not going to give you problem. But the moment I go back with next visa, you have to earn that respect. The country has to earn that respect. And this is one of the things that Ambassador Boakai takes very, very seriously. We need to work on it to restore the image of our country so that you don't travel, then they take you and chunk in some kind of lay room where all the other people is suspecting them of being criminals. It's happening to me all the time because of the name Muhammad Ali.
Never used to go to when get visa problem today. They asking us for visa more. Where play we used to take visa for tower and total? Where play?
precisely.
Let's bring in
And-
more Ali. More Ali, let's go to the second conversation real
So
quick.
the
It's
second
important.
thing, I'm sure you people have heard before President Weah appealing or asking Meta Steel to give contract to Solway. I think that's the name of the company, Solway.
Solway. Yeah.
And it is alleged that this Solway has a Russian connection. It is a Russian company. Now, recently, when the president called the legislature back to session, I spoke with many of the senators. Their intuition and speculation was that the president was calling them to pass the Meta Steel $800 million extension deal so that it could provide more jobs for Liberians. Unfortunately, he called them for a $526 million deal, 25 years, and left out the $800 million deal. The reason he left it out has been leaked to us. You know, as we're on the show, we started and somebody sent me the information. The people are so unhappy in Nimba. They are mobilized behind a top Nimba guy to even issue a statement because the guy knows everything about this deal. Now, Meta Steel, instead of pumping money into the economy, they are now going to pass $17.5 million through Solway to be transferred to President Weah. And that is a direct contribution in the name of passing money to the economy to Meta Steel. Now, this guy wrote the press conference because the press statement because he is in the know of everything. And guess what? They got the information, the government got the information, and some kind of way they now play with the guy. The guy ain't able to read the press statement again. So other people who got it, they've leaked it out to us. Senator, if you can see it, I want you to read our statement so that the Liberian people can hear exactly what is going on here, what we are being led into, and what they are playing with.
Okay,
Stanton, you there?
they put with glasses, then they read. I'm trying to make it bigger. Hold on
All right,
1 minute. Hold on 1 minute. All right, let me try to see if I can read this. It's important. But I sent it to you. Look on your phone. I sent it to you. So
okay. So if we can read it, let me try.
We have invited you here today.
My lenses get tired from stealing. My lenses get tired. Not my eyes. My lenses.
Okay. We have invited you here today. Let me read it. Let me read it. That's okay, Judge. We have invited you here today to expose a major corruption activities by the George Manneh Weah government. Weah government has secretly signed a $50 million settlement.
That corruption been there wearing glasses. I never used to wear glasses. So my
hold on now. Yeah, $50 million settlement agreement with ArcelorMittal for an iron ore in Nimba. The agreement is called the Solway Settlement Agreement. $50 million. I'm sorry, Dwalu. I'm trying to send it to you. If you can text me on What's Up, Dwalu, I'm going to send it to you. A $50 million agreement. George, we are doing his cabinet retreat in Ganta, Nimba County, to Nimbadians and Liberians people that he had interest in Solway mining. He said the owner of Solway are my family. We live together in the same house, so you can see they are my family. I have their interests. He went on to say, the Liberian board and the Indian guy didn't need to sit and talk this business. We are fan of the government of Liberia through Samuel Tway. All right? Did secretly sign a $50 million United States settlement agreement with ArcelorMittal to take over the iron ore that was given to Solway in Nimba. That has been a dispute between Solway Mining and ArcelorMittal for the past 5 years. We have found out that ArcelorMittal is to pay the corrupt irresponsible, and wicked government, 50 million United States dollars for the government to give the area of Solway that they have occupied for the last 5 years. We want to tell ArcelorMittal we welcome their investment in Liberia, but to pay this government $50 million as settlement for iron ore that is owned by the people of Liberia without any benefit to the host communities, but to George Weah and his family, we will challenge them in court. We therefore ask the government of Liberia and ArcelorMittal to immediately release copy of the settlement agreement to the public. We ask the U.S. Embassy, the EU, ECOWAS, to conduct an investigation into what is Liberia's biggest corruption saga that is unfolding. We have been informed that 17.5 million United States dollars is to be paid this week as the first payment, which will be used by Weah and his family while the rest of the Liberian people die from hunger and disease. We wish to advise ArcelorMittal to stop bad business practices in Liberia. We have been informed this money is intended to influence the Weah corrupt government to stop other companies from Guinea that want to use the rail and port to export iron ore through Liberia. While ArcelorMittal did not do a settlement agreement with Solway Mining directly, but through the government. Why will ArcelorMittal pay 50 million United States dollars to a government? Is that on record for stealing, continuing loaded with money? Why would ArcelorMittal be paying 17.5 million United States dollars just few days to presidential election? Why will ArcelorMittal pay a corrupt government such a huge amount without a cent going to the community that own the iron ore? So folks, let me end with this real quick. 2 more paragraphs. We will be holding a mass meeting in Nimba this weekend to inform our people about George Manneh Weah's wicked plan and the next action we will be taking as a county. We want to strongly warn ArcelorMittal that if they should go ahead and pay what is considered a bribe to this worthless government, that would be the beginning of the company fall in Liberia, as we will take legal action in Liberia and in international court to make sure the resources of our nation is used for the benefit of the people of Nimba and of Liberia, but not for few group of people. Folks, this is a press release that I just read, and it said thank you. Again, I hope you understand we are where we are today because President George Manneh Weah. We ran a story here about Solway. We did. The owner of Solway called me. I was in Florida. He asked to fly to Florida to meet with me and other engagement. We had 2-3 different conversations. He's based in South Africa, where one of his legal representatives also based in. I spoke to them all. I have the information. Because I just saw this message, I will reserve not to go into it till I call them again. But let me hear from you guys. President George Manneh Weah again going to receive $17.5 million towards his campaign or his family because he said that's his company. The information reaching us, this company was funded with George Manneh Weah to receive at least his percentage. So he won that first amount of 17.5 million then for them to turn everything over to ArcelorMittal. I spoke to that owner of Solway from South Africa. He bought a plane ticket to meet me in Florida. I never met him. Again, I spoke to his legal representative. It's all documented and I have those information. This is a scary time, George Solo. Dr. Richardson, let's start with you first. I know them, I have the document, but I will wait to speak to them to confirm this new story. Again, these are all allegations and the press release is out there. Talk to us, Dr. Richardson.
So this sounds like a big scam to me because we have an agreement that is supposed to benefit the Liberian people being secretly performed. There's no transparency. We don't know why is Solway giving money or ArcelorMittal giving 17 point whatever million dollars to WIA's government. We don't know what the agreement entails. But we do know that Solway is like you said, is not a reputable company. It is sanctioned by the United States for the action in Guatemala, number one. Number two, when we further questioned them, because I remember the show that you talked about, Stanton, they said that it's a Liberian company. So if it is a Liberian company, Solway I'm speaking about, why would they want to be treating their own Liberians in this manner? Why would ArcelorMittal, why would the president, who said he has the country at heart, who is electable, like some of you hold that high electable character or concept when Liberia is a counterfeit democracy, to mean that somebody will seek Liberia's best interest. And I really want to go back to address, when some people come here and talk about, if Mr. Cummings is qualified or this president is more qualified because he understands the intricacies of Liberian culture. We speak these words, but we have no evidence to back it up. We'll come here and say, oh, this person knows Liberia, or when they work at certain ministry, they had Liberia producing cocoa. When, how, where? Give us time. I believe in the smart approach. Be specific, be measurable, let it be achievable. Tell me how it's relevant to Liberian people, and it is a time sensitive. If you're going to make a comment about one of your leaders, and you're not using the smart approach to be very specific with me, but you just give me flowery words, it's not going to help Liberia. I'm here on this show to help educate Liberians. If I hear something that doesn't make sense, or if it's wrong, or it's not applicable, it's not going to help Liberians, I will speak it. In this case, with the agreement with George Weah, that lack transparency, we don't even know, it is wrong. It doesn't help Liberia. It doesn't put food on the tables of the poor Liberians. It doesn't put medicine in the hospitals of Liberians. It doesn't build any kind of coastal highway as he promised the Liberian. It doesn't do that. All we know is his family gets money to continue to get rich on the backs of Liberians.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Mo Ali, yeah, we have it. As we move forward, we have to discuss this issue of a Solway. I'm digging on the information when I have a full conversation with the owner of Solway, again, and his legal team. I know exactly what's going on, Mo. But I am shocked that they are twisting the document now to give George Manaway 17.5 million United States dollars. Because I spoke with those folks. I had a very serious meeting, and I brought other individuals to tell you the truth. I brought other individuals to talk to them. When they asked me that they wanted Costa to promote them, I reached out to Henry Costa, and there was a meeting set up. Okay, I'm saying something that I know Gibson because I have this document. It is shocking for our country that if this is true, that President Weah have changed this thing over to be awarded $17.5 million. It's scary. It is scary. And again, I hope I will have the time to really dig into myself when I bring out those documents. I respect the young man. The company Solway originated from Russia. And it's a lot of sticking points to this, Georgie. And seriously, what is happening to our country? If you hold the rope, it will hold the bush. Something bad is about to happen. And I'm going to say this to you. Mo Ali, take away your show, guys. I want to say thank you to everyone. I'm done for now. And I will sit back and watch the show because I want to just go through this.
Let's go like this on this issue. We've heard from Dr. Richardson. Let's hear from Dwalu, then Fatima, Maxwell, Jeru, and Solo, and then we'll move on to another topic.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mo. Great show. The show continues to go well. I guess my sister wants details and wants Exhibit A to be presented to her in black and white. Once you explain something, if you want further explanation, I ask you to yield your time over to me. Obviously, you don't want the details for them, but I will say this. On the issue of Solway, if you guys remember in 2017 elections, the Russians, there was a claim that President Weah borrowed money from the Russians. And this is a theory of mine. I cannot entirely substantiate this, but this is something I feel strongly about. And I'm going to say this. if the Russians have any connection to Solway, my inclination is, I believe the CDC administration are trying to repay the Russian through this Solway operation. This is an approach they are taking, if that is the case. But I want to say this to Meta Steel. These multinational corporations come to our country, and what they do is they take advantage of the lax system in our country because there are no governing institutions to truly check them. Now, if President Weah and his cohorts actually allow this to continue, because it's to their benefit, but Liberians must understand it's to their detriment. Because if we continue to sit there and allow anything to happen in these counties, we understand what's happening with B Mountain up in Kimang-Bapolo County. They got 3 years on their contracts, and these boys are trying to redo the contract because they understand President Weah, this is the most optimal time to do this. It's going to benefit them. This country we are toying with, I will continue to insist on this. There are real people, real consequences to what's happening to our country. We present a case, and I want other people to present their candidates and what they can do. You know, this emotional feeling about, oh, you spoke about my candidate, and it doesn't make me feel too good. I don't give a hoot about feelings. What I care about is the evolution of Liberia, to transition from this place of chaos and total disgrace to a place of prominence. And we're not going to do it with timidity. We have to be forceful about it. I'll give it back to you guys.
Fatima,
Yeah,
is your
so
2 minutes.
this is just the same thing that we've been discussing about the wealth of Liberia not trickling down to all of our people. It's just a small amount of our people, 5.1 million people, only George Weah and his people enjoying the wealth of Liberia. He's the only one, him and his people, none of our people in our country enjoying the wealth of Liberia. Now we need to hold him accountable. These are some of the reasons why we need to educate our people. Why is it that we have this country with all these resources, only George Weah and his people enjoying it? We have to understand that Weah's end game is, I had $80 million of my own money. And in the end, I have absolutely nothing to show for it. This presidency is my time. If you see them talking about this is our time, this is his time to reap everything in our nation that's not stuck to the ground, so that in the end, he makes a run for it and he does not return to poverty like the way he was living. So my people, if you got to look at it from this perspective. If you give him another 6 years, he needs another, because the 6 year came too fast. The money came too fast. Now, he wants the rest of the time for him to reap all of these resources, making all these fake agreements with people just to make sure our resources goes directly to him and his people. We need to open our eyes, Liberians. We need to be awakened. We need to educate our people that the wealth of Liberia, as Joseph Nima-Boakai says, he wants it for all Liberians. He wants to empower all Liberians. He wants all Liberians to benefit from that country. And if we keep on with George Weah, we're not going to see that. So please, our people, you need to open your eyes and see and vote your conscience. Vote for Liberia. Put Liberia first. We try popularity over competence. It never worked. We said the boy a farm. The boy can play football. He was world best. He was African best. He was this best. It never worked. Now, the old man sat down. When that election happened, in the end, even though I supported George Weah, I felt in the end, second round, I felt something went down. But the Papa took it. He said, okay, let the young people have the leader that he wants. They all sat down, we gave your George Weah. Now everybody in the country is crying. So I'm asking my people, open your eyes. What have he done? If your life is better than the last, in this 6 years, than before, then by all means, vote your Buka Denso, vote your handsome boy, your world best, your Africa best. But if your life is not better, change the direction of power. Give this old man a chance who's not asking for anything but 6 years to put our country back on the track. Thank you.
Thank you, Gibson. But Gibson, why you be laughing when they say that at time?
No, first of all, let me go to the resources thing.
Quality to the best. Now, Joseph Boakai, brother. You're talking about our country future. You don't want to believe you, then you're sleeping in the middle of the conversation. And all of them, they can't tell the man to wake up. Look at him.
Thank you very much.
I won't have you interrupting the show like that.
Everybody too serious. We need to laugh. We need to laugh a little bit. We need to laugh a little bit. Everybody too serious.
Listen, first of all, let me go to the resources.
No,
don't worry. I think I will respond to it. Don't worry. Not today, not tomorrow. I'll respond to it. But next time. Look, I'm thinking, I don't know if this is the same company we're talking about that was reported by front page in July 20 or 2022 second. A company that Ellen awarded the mineral agreement to when Mount Bella Resources were stopped from operating in the Lamco area. I don't know if that's the same company, but if that is the same company, then there's something is amiss here, because it looks like after the Mount Bella lost their lawsuit at the ECOWAS court, and then this company Solway was giving the mineral agreement. Mittal Steel was angry and petitioned the government, the Georgia government, to remove them from the mineral agreement. And Georgia government seems not to be listening to Mittal Steel. I don't know what is going on right there, but this calls for more investigation, because I think there's something more to it, because Mittal Steel is arguing that the area that was given to Solway was their mineral agreement locale. So they think that it is a violation of their mineral agreement with the Liberian government. And I think if even the company is giving the government of Liberia 17 or 18 or whatever $1 million, what would that money be for? It's just to bribe the government to get their way through. So I think, Stanton, I think you need to stay on this story a little bit more, so that Liberian people will get educated, because the bribery that is in the concession agreement, that's why some of the concessionaires that were issued, about 60 of them during the Ellen Johnson government, when JMB was vice president, were all bogus. So I don't know if those agreements, that is one of them is this Solway agreement. But look, the other thing I wanted to say, Senator, look, oh God, I know you would respond to that, but let me say, I'm so disturbed by certain things that are happening in our government, in our country. We have a situation where we take one group of things that are good, and that same thing when it occurs on another side, it is very bad. And that is the problem I'm having right now. This mineral agreement that started with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, when the experienced old man was vice president, he didn't advise Ellen properly, and this thing has come glaring back into our faces. This is what we call, when we say bad experience. There are two types of experiences. One is bad and one is good. And that's why we want people that are going to come in, because they will look at the legal implication of these kind of agreements. 60 agreements in the JMB Ellen government, Booker's agreements. They are now being torn apart by another government that is even more corrupt than the previous government. So we all need to be, we actually need to be straightforward with ourselves. If this government is corrupt and they leave and we say they are clean now, this is the problem we have in our country. So JMB has a part to play in it. You need to speak to this, because he said everything he advised Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, 99% of it she did. Even in his living room, Ellen went there, and Ellen used to take his advice. But when it gets bad, he said, I was vice president, I was not part of it.
That's not true, Gibson.
When it becomes good, then he said, we did that. Our government did that. This is hypocrisy, my people. What is going on?
Let's not interrupt Gibson.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. And then, Stanton, thank you for playing that video. I'm not president. I'm not running for president. You suggested in the chat room that Councilor Gongo should withdraw me. It means sleeping not good, right? But a man who has a professional aptitude of sleeping, y'all want you to be president.
If I Councilor Gongo, I'll fire you from the show. You want to see his money and his time. Look.
What is this to the best? Now, Joseph Boaga, brother. You're talking about our country future. You want to believe you, then you're sleeping in the middle of the conversation. And all of them, yeah, they can't tell the man to wake up. Look at him. You catch it there. You read there. You get there. You wake up. Look at Abo. You been reported. Yeah.
I was waiting for this video a long time. I don't know why it keeps so late. I don't know why it keeps
If
so
your
late.
time is over, go to Maxwell. Maxwell, now your time. Maxwell, go ahead.
I will respond to that another time. No problem.
Yeah,
Don't mind
but
that.
not finish.
Well, it's a difficult thread at this point in time between being sandwiched between Gibson Juru and Solo, two creators of the problems we now face with. Of course, right now they are reformist. I agree, they are now reformist, and I do agree with Solo. He has taken very high position on President George Weah. Welcome now back to the light. But history is history. The suffering Liberian people have been through for the past 6 years. Solo, you use your brilliance to make it possible. And now I see you try to use your brilliance to redo it, to take it away. It's like bad tooth. So I can agree with you. I respect that, and kudos to you. Jeru, you wrote a lot of articles. In fact, a creator of the problems that Liberia face today. And I see also that you're going to the church and baptized with the holy water too now. Now you want change. We can understand. So it's fine. It's okay. It's okay, Jeru. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So we can get that. The Liberian people know this history and they can get that. It's on record. It's there. But this is the record. I agree with my good friend here, Dwalo, when he said we should not be timid. There's no timidity when it comes to presidential candidate. And I do agree with my sister Famata, which she said, clean hands. Let me just put in a little bit of teaser. I will say this to you, Famata, but I didn't know the United Party people ain't get clean hand anymore. As soon as they shake the man hand with blood, not only with the war victims, that hand will no longer clean anymore. The moment they shook that hands, that clean hand, the thing they say pass my take part, you gotta get black too, right? That's it then. So you can't come on this show a clean hand. Liberian people, they get sense. They survive for 14 years. You all got to find a way to address that other part. On your part, my brother Dwalo, let me put the timidity on one side and give you a little bit of your medicine you brought to this show, because I like the way you are outspoken. First and foremost, right now we do have a potential constitutional crisis at hand. Right now, look at all the dailies right now, all of the dailies. And it's very strange that nobody seems to talk about it on this show. All of the dailies are carrying that the Lothians are very angry with the stand-up bearer of the Unity Party because of the comment the man that he shook a hand made. From Front Page Africa all the way to all the story. But nobody seems to, it's almost like we're living cognitive dissonance here. It didn't happen. The tip of Prince Johnson saying what he said did not happen. You know the part of people, man, it did not happen. Nobody can talk about it. Nobody can talk about it. But the key point here is this is the reason why we're talking about generational change. And this is the reason why Dr. Moniba consistently remain on the campaign to talk about. No, don't come and talk about, please. I ain't even go 1 minute yet, my man. You scared?
Well, man, I think you go.
I ain't go one. I got my timepiece here, my man. I don't go 1 minute yet. Oh, man,
are you a minute to Prince Maxwell? Because
come on, man.
This is not a bachelor contest. This
exactly. Yes. Anyway, let me go ahead. Yeah, let me go ahead.
So the bachelor issue now,
so let the issue here. Let the issue here. That issue here, right? We're talking about Liberia here. What we are talking about here is the future of Liberia. We're not talking about the past, though. We're talking about 40 years ago. We're talking about the next 20 years to come. And people acting like the man who all you want pushing the office, he's not going into the future, he's beyond, in the past. No, he's not in the past, he's in the future. I remember when Solo, our Peking, when Solo was on the car talking, this man will bring change. because Solo believed in the youth. At that time, Solo was passionate about the youth. Only to realize that we are used his brilliance. That man's a brilliant man. Call him to put in office, then he pushing aside. I remember that. Today, Solo is a reformer, he's a crusader. But here's the thing. Between the traditional crisis that this Standard Bearer United Party bringing to the Liberian people and the constitutional crisis that is right there, nobody wants to talk about it. Right now, the people in Lofa are taking that they gave their support to Dr. Moniba because of what is happening. Guess what? Nobody in the United Party has addressed this issue. Nobody has made a statement. Nobody has made an official position on this issue. The Standard Bearer has never condemned this statement, nor has he made an official position on it. How many days has it been now? You have to tell me how many days has it been? Is this like bro carrying a bill where somebody will come and look at this center? Nima County has young people there, a lot of young people. Those young people in Nima County were praying that the old man called Prince Johnson will finally leave and go. But I can shake the man here and renew his hold on Lofa County, on Nima County. Now he now renew Prince Johnson mojo. Prince Johnson now is now powerful because now Prince is optimistic that when he picky get VP ship, then you will go there, you'll be give it more. This is the reason why Dr. Moniba has stated consistently. Generational fight is about bringing the truthfulness to generational change. You can't be shaking hands with somebody with blood and say, oh, you will be a good president. It's not possible.
15 more seconds.
The presidency of this man right now has been compromised by that. Until he can take the rightful position, we can trust him. So Lord, let's talk about the thing, man. We can pass it, we can all we didn't see. I know you want to laugh, but it no, it's there. It's there. You can pass it.
Morgan, that's these 15 seconds.
No, let's listen to Josh Solo.
Y'all give me 10 seconds. I want to respond to Prince.
Stanton has.
You know, my mother texts me.
And
my mother
Stanton,
Brown texts me. She said, let
15 seconds. I come in solo. I'll give 15 seconds of my time to Dwalo, and I'll use 1 minute 45 seconds to, give my piece on the metal steel subway thing. Yeah, go ahead, Solo.
You know, my mother texted me and Dylan Brown, she said, let them talk. Because when you have the opportunity to talk, you'll make an impact. And that's why I've been quiet for the last 20, 30 seconds or whatever. My brother Prince is making a mistake with the representation of crusaders. It's the crusaders that represent Christianity. It's them that spread Christianity simply because they have been through it and they could talk to people with the facts and they could articulate the this and the don'ts. And for Mo, who is with where I'm at now, he understands. But crusaders are very important people because they bring history. And that's why maybe Dr. Moniba is going to get his 2 or 3% because you are abusing crusaders. We who have made the mistake, we have more commitment than the folks who have never made mistakes. You're missing that point, but you will learn, a young man who's been in politics for long enough. As we talk about Liberia and we talk about this dimension of where we're going, the blame game is a detriment to you. People who have been there, who have done that, who have eyes and ears, the things I can hear and the things I can see. It will take you 10 or 20 years for you and Dr. Moniba to see that. And I know Gibson have made it clear to you, but you refuse to listen. I talked to Mo today. I said, accept everyone. Everybody have bastard children. Take them in. They carry your name. They carry your blood. I talked to Gibson today. I said, we need to re-strategize around what Liberia means to us and not individual content. And friends, you are still on individual content. We speak about your youthfulness in Liberian politics. But when I listen to Fatima, when I listen to Dwalu, when I listen to Dr. Francine, everybody's making their case. And if you overall accumulate this conversation, the case is about one thing, it's about Liberia. It's about us moving forward. and getting rid of Mr. Weir, who we know is the impediment to our future. So the more you and Dr. Moniba spend attacking us, the more your phone numbers will reduce. Because there's no better Catholic than the one who is baptized. You are not even seeing baptism. How can you talk to Christian who baptized, you're not even baptized? That's where Dr. Moniba put himself with people like you. You're not even baptized, but you want to talk about Christianity. You understand? And as we ground around this conversation, the value of all of our different levels and all of our different aspects of disappointment with our country, with our governance, with our economy, with education, with healthcare, is centered around one thing. And that's what also on the likes of Cummings, the likes of Dr. Moniba, the likes of Mr. Konglo. You have one simple job to do. Just align with the masses. And you know what the masses are right now? The masses is with
45
Joseph
seconds.
Boca. I don't even need a 45. I'm done, Mo.
But give me your
All right.
45
Let
seconds.
somebody else take the
Give me your
time.
45 seconds.
So are we?
No,
Are
give me
we?
your
Are
45
we?
seconds.
I just need
You
50
can give
seconds.
your 45
And why you not understand the show?
I
Jason?
get him my baby. I get him my
No,
listen.
no. Let me speak to
Why you said no? That meant right.
Yeah.
I mean, unspoken.
Oh, my
Listen,
45
right,
seconds
man.
against him. You come and stay on top of it.
No, unspoken.
Mo,
is
just 15
right.
seconds.
It's
I don't need a
privilege.
lot.
the man gave his time. He gave 15
Unspoken
seconds to
is not
Dwalo
right.
and
It's
30
privilege.
seconds to Stanton. Stanton, go ahead. Use the 30 seconds.
Oh, you extend going to take it? Then I think.
Since Stanton with it, let me go quick. I will
So
not
let me
stay
say
long.
this right quick, guys. A wonderful program
Yeah,
today, and I
take one more
appreciate
democracy. I take my time. You say.
and I appreciate everyone though. It's very, very I'm so happy that we can have a wonderful show. It's 7 p.m., 2 minutes to 7 here. I think we'll be wrapping up. We gotta go to the phone line. It's very important to hear the people view about the passport issue. Now Josh Manor, we are going to get another $17.5 million from Asada Mittal because of his company. These things are serious bread and butter issue to our folks. I want to say to Liberians tonight, are you better off today than 6 years ago? Are your children better off today than 6 years ago? Your grandmothers, your grandfathers sitting under the plum tree like we used to, are they better off today than 6 years ago? Just look around you. It's raining heavily. You got buckets and pans and rubber barrel all over in your bedroom because it's leaking. Is that the life that you want? Is that what you're comfortable with? Are you happy to be a good man and a good boy? For folks opening the gate, washing their cars, washing the children's clothes, taking the children to the chamber to go waste it. Are you happy with such a life? If you listen to me today, I am not happy for you. I am not. Are you happy that your daughter may go out in the night and come in the morning with $50 because she slept with another man? Are you happy? Are you happy that you're 12 years old and you're 13 years old must stand between cars to sell candy and chew gum and Pinda's Grampy? Are you happy? Is that the life you want for another 6 years? What have President George Manawia done for you for 6 years? 16 billion, no answer. 25 million, no answer. 11 million for rest issue to importers, zero. And every other thing about harmonizations, when you're making this amount of money, they reduce it to $45. Are you happy that your children is fighting over chairs and bringing their own chair to school? No library for them to research. No after-school program for the babies. No after-school program for the premium, for the 9th grader, the 8th grader, the 6th grader, 7th grader, nothing. Are you happy that your child will walk to go to school and they will be walking till they ring the bell and they start coming back home
They can sit in class. Are you happy? And George Manawia will only tell you that I pay your children wire school fee. Are you happy, my fellow Liberians? Is your life better now than 6 years ago? Ask yourself. Ask yourself. Say, who am I? What am I? My daughters, my babies, you take them to the hospital. I know, thank you very much, sir. You take them to the hospital and guess what happened? There is no pediatrician to look after them. They've seen doctor that see your grandparents, that is seeing doctor seeing them. There is no one to call pediatrician to look after the babies. You gave them Tylenol upon paracetamol. I said Tylenol. You gave them paracetamol. For a reason why you're giving them paracetamol, you say you don't know. Is that the life you want? Now, let me bring you back home. You have the power to change Liberia. I beg you, because after this, I'm going to leave more. Give me 10 more seconds. You have the power to change Liberia. It's your voter registration card. It's with you. Take a look at it. If you give Samuel Tuah another 6 years, he will wreck the country and go to Ivory Coast to his family. His children are in the American institution in Ivory Coast. We have that picture of the school. His homes, not one, not two, not three. I will beg you, think twice. Forget about me, who am I? Think about yourself. Think about your children. Think about you calling people to beg them if your husband can get her to go to work and come back home and sit with you and eat with you because you have earned a good living. Just think about those things.
Stanton, you gotta open the Liberian Church of Consciousness, my man. It's so be rare, man.
It is very important for us to do this. But I will also leave you with this. On what my brother Moba Moru said, because I am about to go, I will beg my brother Mo Ali to allow me to show this to the folks. I'm giving you my closing statement right now. Moba Moru said, I know somebody's going to get very with me.
Yeah,
but he said this, which is very important. He said this, which is so important. He said, can you guys see it? Sorry that it's small, but let me read it. He said that Joshua thinks he's a pharaoh. I want to leave you with this one. Moba Moru said Joshua thinks he's a pharaoh. And if you can read the Bible, you ever read the Bible, you know who Pharaoh is. But that's Joshua mentality. Okay? This is Moba Moru. I have to cut this thing up to make it look good. Because he is saying to everyone here that this guy thinks he's a Pharaoh and he can do anything whatsoever because he thinks that he ruled Liberia. He's the man that have so many snakes, but when Moses put his snake down, Moses' snake swallowed his snake. It's right there. Screenshot it, make it bigger, and read it for yourself. He said he will wait at the appropriate time. He will wait for the appropriate time to speak to Liberian home and abroad. This is not me. This is Moba Moru. I want you guys to take a look at it before I leave you today. He is saying that Joshua believed in himself. He's a pharaoh. And who is a pharaoh? Joshua going to talk about it. That's the belief Joshua have. This is damaging to our country. He's no pharaoh. Even with Pharaoh, the children of Israel ran and God parted the Red Sea and they went through. Even when Pharaoh was chasing them. Joshua is no Pharaoh. Even Moba Moru is praying. He says, you pray for me, but I will not leave. That's the text message. I got so many messages from Moba Moru. So many of them that I will share with you folks. He knows Joshua. He understands Joshua. He has reached to a place that he seeks the guidance of God because he knows Joshua given another 6 years. Liberia will be in the worst shape ever. May God bless you, my fellow Liberian. May God keep you. May God bless our country, Liberia. And have a good evening because I got to go to Labor Day barbecue. Your good night.
Yes, sir. More 15 seconds. I won't take too long.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Yeah, just 15.
You want me to go ahead?
Please.
Okay.
You got whole fire United Party.
Listen,
Yeah, go ahead now.
I said 15 seconds. It won't take too long.
No, is from my
One, two,
time.
three,
I have
four,
2
five.
My man, the
minutes.
time
I
going
have
yo.
2 minutes, and the man is taking 15 seconds from my
That's it.
time.
Just wait.
Okay, go ahead. No
Yeah,
problem.
15 seconds. My brother
I
Prince
tell you,
spoke about
there are plenty of
cognitive
numbers in
dissonance.
the election. Go ahead, Ralu.
Yeah, we'll put it. My brother Prince spoke about cognitive dissonance. Look, I think there is a
From my
cognitive
time, oh.
delusion on the part. If you want to believe that the son of the great mountain of the Woologis, Yalofa County, his people are going to turn it back on him because some newspaper in Monrovia, pay-to-play newspaper, published an article that had less than 1,000 readership. The issue of Joe Buakai in Lofa County is mightier than you can imagine. Nothing is going to miniaturize this man. This man is going to win Lofa by nothing less than 65% in the first round. Take that to the bank. I'll give it back to you.
Thank you. You know, my
Can I
brother
borrow 10
Prince,
seconds of your time, Bo Ali?
I don't like to talk about. Yeah, 15 seconds. No, my man. Let me finish. You're not taking my time. We'll bring one Congo person to take your time. I'll give you 10 seconds when we are through. You know, we're not talking about Clarence because I know you want us to talk about Clarence so he can get more popularity. We're not giving it to him. But let me say this. There is something I learned when the late Professor Winston Sankaolo taught me English 201, I believe, in logical fallacy. And the fallacy you push here is what they call post hoc, ego propter hoc. That because of this thing, therefore this one. Or that because PYJ participated in the war, we all know his role, and now he's supporting Joseph Boakai. Therefore, Joseph Boakai too is a warlord. Or that because Jesus allowed the prostitute to wipe his feet, therefore Jesus too is a prostitute. But man, those kind of logical fallacies are not allowed on a respectable show like this. Carry a different place, my brother. Let me come back to my Solway thing. Lofa people will turn their back. Oh, even in Lofa, when I may get 2% of the vote, he wins the presidency. So let's come to our thing we're talking here. Corruption has beset this country. This Solway thing, Gibson, it has absolutely nothing to do with Unity Party. This is President Weah's own company. He told the Liberian people that Solway is, the owners of Solway are his friends, they are his family, they live together. Now there has been the dispute between them. In order to settle this dispute, what has happened? What did not happen? But they are going to give him 17.5 million. And it is Ashilo Mitar that is going to give this money through Solway to settle something. It is part of a whole $50 million thing. We must understand why the CDC sat down and drew a budget for their campaign of almost $50 million. They spent more than 30 millions. They went low on cash. President Weah said, let me call back the legislature. When they thought they were going to pass the Meta Steel $800 million deal to give more Liberians jobs, he said, he dribbled them. I know he's master of dribbling, and brought in the Bear Mountain thing. Bear Mountain, 25 years, $526 million. He got more than $5 million for that deal just for the signature fees. And we're not even talking about the bribery that happened there. We believe that the people should stand up to this. Solway or whatever they call themselves in Meta Steel, back off. Do not give him money. It's not because you are a foreign company and you operate in Liberia, you think you will not be audited or you cannot be held accountable for the crimes, financial crimes that you will commit here. When you do that and it is investigated and you fall foul of the laws of this country, they will take you to court. And when we come there, there will be no kind of bribery to change system will not happen. There will be a system in place, and that system will be for the benefit of the Liberian people. My time is over. We will now go to whoever is the operator in there. Let's take few calls. We can agree to take 10 calls locally to listen to the people, what they think about this passport issue. Tomorrow, the other thing about the recording will do that. Is it Diamond in studio or the operator in studio? Somebody playing music. Fatima, you in America, your internet just reading like that? When you in like, bro,
Not me, oh.
No, I have to,
who in studio, man?
get off, so I have to get up more. I will get up now.
Yeah, let's get the line set.
Diamond.
Hello. Diamond, you there? Solo take 10 seconds from that. Gibson take 10 seconds and we'll go to the line.
No, I just want to thank you. There's a lot of emotions rolling around. People are concerned about the way we are communicating. At the end of the day, Mo, I want to tell you thanks. I think you did a great job. All of the panelists representing your different institutions. I think one thing we're unified about is that Weah has to go. Liberia is a better option without him. I want to thank you all for the time. I want to thank you for the discussion. Again, different views and different parallels, but at the end of the day, it's all about Liberia. It's been my pleasure to be on. I wish you all Godspeed.
Okay, mostly what I just wanted to say was the issue of the company was very good, but we didn't have enough information before we were asked to comment. And I think what you said after all of us made our comments was more valuable to give us a direction of how to approach the issue. Maybe next time we can give out more information on the topic and we'll be able to make an informed decision. But otherwise than that, then we'll do our own personal research and then come up with information that is not maybe aligned with what you wanted to say, and then it get people confused. That's what I just wanted to say. Now we can go ahead.
Okay, so let's go to the phone lines. We'll take 10 calls from Liberia. 0777-771075, 0555-101075. Those are the numbers to call. 1 minute per caller, please. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Dama. Good evening, peace loving people of Liberia.
Go ahead,
My
sir.
name is Chris Moses, and I'm from Kakata, Nigeria. I'm the ANC District Coordinator of Mangibi. Let me say thanks to you guys, the panelists, most especially my common partisan, Dr. Richardson, who is making plenty effort in ensuring that Mr. Alexander Kumi becomes the next president of this country. Or I can say to the Liberian people, there is still room at the court. The cross, all hope is not lost. I think with Alexander Kumi, like he always said, Liberians deserve better. Because if you listen to what people say, it is disheartening, it is frustrating. It is just something that Liberia cannot get over. Every the president into this country, Nigeria, the only thing that Nigerians do is groundbreaking, but there's no unveiling or to say, he's ready to dedicate this project. In 2019, when he came here, he broke ground for the pavement of our street. This going down, he came here, he broke ground. Always we continue to break ground, but there's no dedication. It is shameful. It is laughable for us. Thinking by the time before me this time this evening.
Thank you. Thank you for being punctual, straight to the point. 1 minute per caller. Hello.
Good evening.
Evening to you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Let me say good evening to your many listeners, to the panelists. This is Bobby Abu Meska. Join the discussion from District 6 SD Kuporo. But let me appreciate more for the topic of the discussion. It is clear, it is written on the wall. Our passport, our international passport, our passport, then play with him on the judgment, and we are rejected. Why, President, we allow and disgrace our country on the international level. That today our passport is not respected in this country. And the part of the world Liberian traveling, you want more say, the little corner. The reason being, we are so frustrated. Wow, was we Liberian made a mistake, so we must correct the mistake or correct them at the Palapa.
Thank you.
Not keep personal. We are there. He is unqualified for the job. Because else, there's no way said in the entire country. Nothing will leave our born generation. So we say
Thank you, sir.
Number two is to work for better development. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Let's take this person 0777-1075 0555-101075. Hello. Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Josiah Sumo, calling from the Commodore Peace Island, members of the National Young Professional Support Boga and Kuti 2023. Let me just say thank you to all of the panelists for discussing the critical national issues. But when it comes to the passport issues, it is not safety under the government. We can recall ample more issues. Why I say today? No, this government does not care for the well-being of Liberian people. They only care for themselves. This is why this president has singled certain individual or certain Liberian out. He forget the name, say real president, telling people, he's speaking to Joey, the CDC, but he's not speaking to the other people. Who are the other people? Are we not Liberians? He don't care for the life of our Liberian people. But we made a mistake. Now let me just close with the quickly. No. Senior parties move out. Let me say thank you for the issues. No. Comes October 10, 2023. Liberian people have resolved. No, many of us, the mistake we made, the rain now in the car, we have fallen. We have seen the leadership of the George Manawiya.
Thank you.
But I can tell you, no, there will be one time we got the answer. And we'll give you one time. No.
Thank you, sir. Thank
we
you.
will make the change. October 10, JNB 2023. Tomorrow, version number 10 will be on the verge tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
But this is Sando Mo calling from Toronto.
You're welcome, Mr. Mo. Go ahead, please.
You know, for me, it's sad. The issue of the Russian involvement in our authorities, our governance system is scary. We see the work in Africa, the Russian influence, how they are penetrating, they are infiltrating countries. They are undermining presidents. So to hear them having share or in Metas tea.
Now in Metas too, sir. Please, when you listen to the show, kindly get your facts when you call in.
For the fact that information provider are in order. So all we are looking at it very critically. We are not taking it like this. A proper demonstration will demonstrate. But we have Russia interfering into our economy, into anything.
Thank you. So information provided on the show did not state that Russians have share in ArcelorMittal. It was concerning Slowway Mining Company. And please, it wasn't about ArcelorMittal. So when you call in, kindly get your facts right. Hello.
Happy.
Hello.
How are you, my brother?
Fine. Go ahead, please.
I'm Ayuba Eskeder calling from Broski.
You're welcome, Ayuba. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. My brother, the election, it will show to the world that Labrador had this. It's up to already. Let me say this. We shouldn't do our children picture with the election. Honorable Bwakat, the next person of this country, and you already clear Labrador already decide. My brother, the thing that I saw you, they was started on I part to see. I shed tears. Labrador ran behind the old makeup for you to realize. People crying with tears. That will say they will joking in this country. Let's start joking around here, my brother. They election already finished. The next person of this country, that Honorable Bwakat, will take it or not. It's not a joke. Honorable Bwakat, bravo to you. Honorable Honorable, bravo to you.
Thank you.
I salute you. Don't do our work. Go in there, go there. Thank you so much. God bless our country.
Thank you. All right, so we take two more callers from Liberia, and then
I was just about to say that.
it will be over to you to end the show. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You live. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Christian calling from Congo Town.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, sir, I'm really, really, really happy to hear such a thing. I'm a young person. I'm a very young person. But if I can listen to such thing on the radio at this hour, hearing those older folks saying this, I can just say us really like being very grateful. This is a time for everybody to make up their mind because there is no time for any man. Time don't wait for anybody. It's kind of frustrating. A man is seizing all the blessing of livelihood and future in his pocket. And every time we get out there, people go about saying, we love him, we love him, we love him. It's so frustrating. In the rain, they don't care. They don't think about tomorrow. All they care about is to get on the street and think about for today. They go and cry, Jim can. You have to finish. I'm really, really, this is really, really frustrating. I want to say thank you. My mind has been changed, I swear to God. I want to say thank you to people out. I really want to say thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Jerry, you crying? I thought you were. All right, so there's our last caller. Hello? Hello? Go ahead, please. You live. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me say thank you for the show and thank you guys for the topic on discussion. My name is Ricky Gideon, speaking from District 3. This election is clearing and it's open. What I'm trying to say, nobody having the right to announce election result except National Election Commissioner. So I'm hearing some people saying that other people win the election and it's clearing and people speaking about crowd. Then I will tell a man back in this republic, nobody is known to pull up crowd than the sitting president. So you are telling the Labrampo that whosoever that pull up crowd, they're going to win the election. I will tell you, go might give you the content. What happened? The sitting president pull up crowd to the extent that I myself, I went there, I saw the place, I shed tears. So I don't love to hear people saying that because somebody pull up crowd, then from there, which means they finish winning election. Until the National Election Commissioner can come up with their results. These are the things that can bring conflict. So we need to be very careful to see the safety of this country. We shouldn't mind those that are fighting to get in power to come and lead us into another chaos here today. What I get to tell like people is to listen carefully. By you going on the media telling people like if you winning election is not sufficient. Of course that is just a politics but some people take it to be serious.
Okay,
So
sir.
let us be
Thank you.
serious-minded people here.
Thank you.
For the show.
Thank you too for your input, your opinion expressed. Mr. Ali,
Thank you.
there
Thank you so kindly, Diamond. So let's have our closing because it's well after 11. So Dr. Richardson, you want to offer if you get somewhere to go. If you don't, you want to wait a little, then no problem.
No, I'll go first. Mo,
Okay.
thank you. Actually, thank you for moderating the show. I've been happy with getting a break and been sitting back and watching the show goes on. When you moderate, you have to be very attentive and so it's good. I want to just tell everyone who called, all of you panelists, thank you for being here. The commentators, thank you as well. I want to just tell Stanton, thank you for having the courage to continue to allow us to express our various views, although our views may not be consistent with yours. I want to agree with the caller that just called. Sometimes when I hear people saying, oh, we won the election, or because we're popular, or because this man has been in government for a long time. We had a person who's been in government for a long time. I think you almost creating a scenario of voter suppression, because if you telling people you won an election already because you're popular or because you have the experience, then why should people go to the to the ballot box? So I want to encourage Liberians to continue to make Liberia first, to put Liberia first. Continue to canvass for Mr. Cummings. Go and tell the Liberian people why you believe in Mr. Cummings. And one of the reasons that you can state is he's been someone who's been in two systems. Okay, he understands the Liberian people system. We know that anyone who in the past couple of years who came out of that system, you're not coming from a real democracy, because we know how corrupt our government has been, and it has not been working for our people. So when someone like Dwalu comes on this show and he speaks that, oh, this man understands the intricacy of Liberia, these are flowery words. He doesn't know what he's speaking about, because he has not put any kind of measurable, substantial, relevant facts to what he speaks about. When you have a democracy that is developed like in the United States or other developing country, yes, we can talk about popularity, because information is disseminated to the people by media, by reading, and the literacy rate is high. So people understand, they know the issues, they know who they have to vote for. But in our democracy, although we're an old country, the people of Liberia have not had the opportunity to be lettered, honest, educated about the issues. So when people people come with, let's vote for popularity as opposed to competence, it really, really concerns me, especially coming from people who simulate to be knowledgeable. All right, like Dwalu on the show today. The second thing, again, when Mr. Cummings, when we talk about systems, we talk about somebody who's been into an integrity-built system like the United States. He knows the difference between where Liberia is and where it should be. He hasn't just been in systems. Okay, like we have leaders, we have candidates who is in this race who've just been in systems but have not demonstrated any kind of leadership ability. When I hear again people say, "Oh, we have become a sustainable country," a sustainable country. We just had a rice shortage in our country. Okay, we had somebody who was in charge of producing our food, from LPMC to a Ministry of Agriculture, and Liberia is still struggling to feed herself. So what I want to tell you that as you canvass for Mr. Cummings in the next coming days, tell them, that he has been responsible for productivity. He works for one of the greatest company, and his job was dependent on the productivity. And that's what Liberia needs. We need accountability. We need transparency. We don't want people to be doing agreement like George Weah is doing right now in the darkness, where the Liberian people was not even informed. They were not even aware that this agreement was happening. He just called a few people like the legislature to come back to session to tell us, oh, we got to sign this, we're going to sign that. No, Mr. Cummings, because he believes in transparency and accountability, is going to speak to the Liberian people. When was the last time George Weah spoke to the Liberian people? When was the last time even Vice President Buckeye spoke to the Liberian people? So Mr. Cummings is going to create a government of transparency and accountability, because he knows the value of those concepts. He's worked in the area where those concepts are instrumental for growth in the society. Mr. Cummings was in charge of human resources. He has a talent, a gift, an experience of putting the right people in the right places. He's not just going to say, oh, I'm going to select someone just because you're my friend or because we belong to the same tribe. No, competency would be at best. Mr. Cummings was also in charge of technology. Technology increases every day, improving. I just went back to school. I know what apps I'm using, what I had to do to get familiar with those apps. There's a difference between using a CD disk versus using an iCloud, and he knows that. And that's what we need. We need a leader. Liberia is 60% or more young people right now. We need a leader who is able to sit down. I know I'm coming more because I can see telling my.
No, Dr. Richardson, no, that somebody say I should ask you this question. Whether you are voting in the U.S. election or not, but who do you support?
That's a very I wouldn't say what I wanted to say. I wouldn't say what I wanted to say. However,
go ahead. I don't want to. The person doesn't know who you supporting in the U.S. election.
The person knows who I support when I said. And number one, unlike people who are just on the show talking, I have a voting card. I've been Liberia 3 times this year, Mo. and I will be in Liberia.
I
to
mean, who
vote.
do you support? You know, we all have preference in the U.S. election. Who do you support?
In the United States election?
Yeah, the presidential election. Who you supporting there?
Well,
Who you want to see becoming president?
what does what does it matter right now? Can a person elaborate? Ask the person why are they asking this question.
Okay.
I mean,
Go
No,
ahead.
this is the catch-22, Dr. Richardson. If you say you support Joe Boakai, they will say, oh, but Joe Boakai is, you support it. Why you don't want to support JMB?
Actually, that's not even, but let me address that issue closely before I close.
I
Okay?
beg you.
This country,
Do
the
your
United
10
States,
seconds.
yes, in 10 seconds, the United States government has a system that has existed for many years. It's not ran by imperialists. Like in Liberia, we have the president who is in charge and definitely holds a lot of power. This government, Biden, unfortunately, doesn't sleep like some people know, but Biden can go to sleep for 100 years. This country will still be running on the system that has been built in. Okay. And by the way, I listened to a statistic today. A lot of people, about 70% of the people in America don't want to vote for Biden because of his age. And there's another 40% who believe that his mental health issues related to his age is problematic. Okay. Although I believe in the system, I trust the system. I think he's a better candidate because, of course, Trump, as you know, Trump is on the ballot and he's leading, and I will never vote for Trump. So to answer that question, that's what I meant. In October 10, Liberians, go out there, vote for Mr. Cummings because he is the right candidate for Liberia. Don't listen to the noise in the market. We'll come here, everybody talking, oh, we want. Please do not listen to that. We want a candidate who has experience, who has the skill set, who can produce measurable things so he can tell you, I'm going to increase the revenue to $1 billion, and he'll tell you how. Don't just come and sit here and talk some flowery, sweet talks. Thank you very much, Mo. I'm sorry that I took too much time, but thank you.
Mo, I think I should go after Dr. Francine because she mentioned me like 12 times.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. That was a fiery closing. Go ahead, Ralu.
Thank you so much. Look, I mentioned one phrase on the show. The Honorable Boakai understands the intricacies of Liberia better than anybody else. It took Dr. Francine struggling the entire show to make sense out of it. And she attacks me over and over. And yet it's still this woman, you know what? I'm going to allow her to wallow in her emotional spirit for now and set her aside because I came here to make a point. And that point that the best person to change the lot of this society is Honorable Boakai. Dr. Francine can claim whatever she wants to claim that I don't understand what I'm talking about. I find it insulting, but if I respond to her with the full force that I'm capable of, they'll say, oh, by the way, attack woman. So I'm going to let her marinate in that for a second. But I will say this. It is not that Mr. Cummings is not comfortable in what he's doing or what he's done. This is not the argument. The argument you guys continue to make is not understanding. Look, I will quote Sun Tzu for you. And there's another flowery word I will use. You're a professor. You should be using more flowery word than I can. This is what he said. He said, listen, if a general only focuses on the other general and not the terrain that he's playing in, it's a general that's already lost the war. Dr. Francine and her likes have already lost the war because they don't understand the terrain they're playing in. Look, say what you will. The issue of relatability, the issue of electability, the issue of timing, the issue of political alliance, and the issue of money play into an election in that sequence. If I tell you Mr. Cummings is lacking in that sphere, it does not remove any fact that the man has executive experience. I don't know why the ANC people always get into this emotional feeling when you are talking about your candidate. Promote what you think Mr. Cummings can win, but remove this feeling thing. It has nothing to do with you. You have a lot of books behind you, Dr. Francine. I suggest you read some of them and use some flowery words for yourself as well. Once again, it was a great show. I want to thank the audience as always. And I'll give it to you back, Mo Ali.
Mr. Mwali, sorry, I don't think you want to be on this show long enough because you're not dealing with the substance. I didn't say.
Listen, now she already closed, Mo Ali. She coming by again.
No, because you gotta stick to
all your thing. I told
No. When I spoke, I didn't attack you personally. I can't. Okay.
Are you serious?
I didn't. I told you.
It's okay.
You mentioned
intricacies.
You mentioned
Thank you.
Of that, Mr.
Well, I understand the systems.
Yes. Okay. And I said he does not because you don't even know
But you said plenty things. I come here, I don't understand the issue.
All right,
I
Gypsy,
far
they
away.
would have
You
your
got
time.
books behind you, read some of them, Dr.
Gypsy,
Prince.
they're talking,
No, because the hallmark of an
Walu
educated
and
person
you
is not
stand
the
their
flowery
power, they
terms
are
in this
moderating
BS
their
that you're
power to
talking.
move people
Okay,
so they
you
will
come in
get up.
just for flowery terms. You think
No, because you're more concerned about
I
flowery
did
terms and your
ask you
success.
about you. I
Let's
did not
move on.
tell
Let
you.
other people close, Dr.
But
Francine.
no.
Next time. Don't get in your feelings.
Francine
Next
and
time.
Walu, you're eating Gypsy time.
Yeah, I know.
Gypsy
Next time.
time. Go ahead.
Jack talking here. Look, listen. I'm
Gypsy,
sorry.
Dr. Richardson is
Look,
okay.
give me
Gypsy,
10 minutes at a time. Listen, please give me 10 minutes of your time. Let me just put this other Jack in here, please.
Oh, 10 minutes. We're not here for 10 more minutes. So
put Jack in his place?
Yes.
Is that where you want to go, Dr. Francine?
Yes, because
you
you
sure you're
started
capable of going there? Are you sure you're capable of going there?
You started.
Are you sure you're capable of going there?
Yes, I want to go there.
No, you're not capable of going there, Dr. Francine. You're struggling even out of what you're saying. You're struggling. Let it go. Stop. You're struggling. You are struggling.
Do you think because when you
it's not about speaking, it got nothing to do with speaking. You're struggling. Let it go. You attacked me first. I only responded. Stop being emotional. Stop being emotional. Stop being emotional.
Yes,
Stop
I'm
being
not
emotional.
You're the one who's being brain on this show. Look at it. Look at it.
You're being emotional. I don't care about what you're doing.
Look at the comments. People are
I'll let it go. I don't care.
How emotional I'm not.
Look.
Listen.
Let it go, Professor.
My advice to you, if you want to stay on this show long enough, talk about the issues. Do not attack anyone personally.
Are you serious?
When I came on this show, I did not. I've been sitting very quietly, listening to everybody else. I didn't talk when I asked you. I said when you mentioned intricacies about
get out of your feelings, Dr. Francine. Let it go.
No, I'm not. No, I want you to know something.
Let it go, Dr. Francine.
Are you the one that would tell me to let it go?
Yeah, because you keep repeating yourself over and over. You already said it a dozen times.
Well,
let
I
it go.
want you to get it because obviously you don't get it yet. You don't.
Well, obviously you don't get it because you're trying to repeat yourself and you can't.
No, because
let it go. Let it go, Dr. Francine.
I'm giving a
You're
word
emotional.
of advice.
Let it go.
I'm giving you a word of advice.
Let it go. I don't need your advice. You attacked me first. I responded. You get into it. Let it go.
I ask you.
Just let it go.
I ask you to stick to
you know what? I will let it go. Stick to me to let it go. I'll let you talk. Get your feelings out.
I'm gonna say something to you. When I spoke about intricacies in your leader, I asked you to tell me, give me examples. Be measurable. Be specific. Be relevant. Be time sensitive. I spoke to the issue. You now can't tell me that because I'm not using flowery words. You see, this is the problem of you people, so-called educated people, you call yourself. You think by using student companion words or these big words means that you're educated? Bullshit, you're not.
Dr. Richardson is okay now. We are eating into other people's time. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, moderator, one get power to mute the two of them. No time after the whole show.
I had 2 minutes. I get Dr. Richardson my 1 minute and 45 seconds. So I only have 15 seconds left. So I want to say thank you very much for the great show. Sometimes it's good to have the kind of exchange because sometimes it brings out the best of people. But I believe, to be honest with you, apart from Councillor Gonglo, who I very much believe in, I think Cummings is will be the best leader for this country. We don't want corrupt people like JMB who cannot even count his own money very well to be our president, who will be sitting down at home and people will be in the executive mansion running the country and bringing papers to him to sign, and you call that experience. We don't want somebody who will say he's trying to opportunity and come back and say, I didn't mean what I said. And then when something is good in early government, he takes glory. When it's bad, then he disassociates himself. We don't want people like that to be our president. We don't want people who government will be corrupt 5 times more than the current government will have because you will lack the ability to govern properly. We don't want people who Prince Johnson say you will be sitting down and your vice president will be doing your work. I think if Councillor Gonglo is not president and Cummings become president, our country will be far better than JMB coming there and sitting there and setting duck and why other people run the country. I just want to start there.
Thank you for your 15 seconds. Prince, go ahead.
To Liberian people, to mine people in Nimba, Granjide, Lofa, Bapulu, Cape Mount, Monserrado, Grand Bassa, River says, River G, Maryland, bombing, Maigibi. We are all Liberians. I do agree with George Solo when he said, we are all here for one purpose, and that purpose is to replace the current occupancy of the office of president. When he said, let me put it in a Liberian term, let us move Joe we are from there. Because they know that he has become the person that he said he was never going to become. There's hunger in the land. There's crisis in the land. The Bible talk about it. There's famine in the land where you have a bad leader. Liberia has crisis. Lino respects greatly Ambassador Joseph Yimam Boakai for his service to country. Dr. Moniba respects greatly Ambassador Joseph Yimam Boakai for his service to country. But here is the issue, and this is where we differ. This is where we go different road. This is where we have a little bit of no. First and foremost, let me say this. Liberia has a population of just little over 5 million people now living in Liberia. All of us. And 85% of that 5 million people living in Liberia, among all of us, they're under the age of 45 years old. So from 45 years old all the way down, that us, that Mo Ali, that almost everybody here in that age group. What is important is this generation now is that we are all looking at the future. We're not looking at the past. We are looking towards the future. And the president we want now is the president who brings the future to us, not today. Tomorrow is going to be the future. Day after tomorrow is going to be the future. Now, why am I talking about the future? Because just 6 years ago, we voted George Weah in. We're not in 2023, and now in 2023. So when we voted George Weah in 2017, 2023 was the future. Now we've seen how damaged the future in 2023 is. 6 years completely gone. Nothing. Now, I could go over all the many things that George Weah didn't do correct. The most important, I'll be talking about yesterday, he didn't pay Civil Service on time. So it means everybody broke in the I could go say many, many things that you already know about in Liberia. But let me say this. We are in a generational fight for Liberia. And I will say this every day for you to understand. Because just a few years ago, we were praying for today when we were shooting bullets all over the place. Now, we are in peace to fight for a generation to change Liberia, to make Liberia better. Now, why do I say in generation? Fine. Look around you when you get up in the morning. Look at Moali, how you young. Look at Moali, yeah, you're getting gray hair, you're thinking too much. But you're a young man too. Look at beautiful Famata. She's younger too. Yes, she look, of course. In fact, Gibson said he reached 60 years old, he's still cutting age. So he's still, he's still close there. But the point I'm making to us, my people, is that the future is your children. The future is your children. Few years ago, many of us never had children, but now I got children now. Imagine that. That is what we're fighting for today. Now, why do I support Dr. Moniba? And why is it the grassroots youth now in Liberia support Dr. Moniba? When Dr. Moniba came out, nobody cared about who Dr. Moniba was. Everybody was around. Come on. But now, everybody talking about Dr. Moniba. Why? His qualification and his competence. It's clear. No doubt. His anti-corruption, His focus on policy and his vision is to the point. Even the man used to go advise Joseph Boakai when you were working before. Mo Ali know about the thing. The judge can't you
No,
want
I
to
don't.
you know, but
That's
you
the
know,
thing, I don't.
you know. Traditional belief, he believed inside well. His position and his briefs, his belief in Liberia is clear, it's unquestionable. And he's a motivational model for your children too. His track record on where he stayed in Liberia, where he want Liberia to go, and how he want Liberia to go there is clear. He said it every day. Right now, he's saying it every day on the campaign trail. Find him wheresoever he go here, go listen to what he had to say. Before you disagree with him, go listen to what he has to say and how he will do it.
Tell him no
Because
seconds.
the guy want to let you know that he cannot say anything correct. Remember this. We have a bigger problem to come. And that problem is the fact that there are people in the United Party that have agreed that Prince Johnson is an easy ride. We can just enjoy the ride with Prince Johnson, everything will be okay. We are saying no. Because the victim of war in Liberia needs redress. And having Prince Johnson close to power is a problem. And we have seen that. We have seen that. He's already saying it on the campaign trail for everybody to hear what he wants to do. And we are giving the warning that this is bad. The victims of war in Liberia need justice. How do we give them justice? So most of the things that is happening right now, we need to be careful how we look at it. That is the reason why we need a generational change to move the people that created this problem for us, move them out of the way and build a new country. We know what Prince Johnson wants. That's the reason why he's supporting the United Party. We know that. And we know that the moment he gets his way, he will try to get it by all means necessary. We see the way he plays games. So the safety of Liberia rests on the other side, not the risk. My people, I'm your son. I'm telling you, Dr. Moniba is the future. And this is our generation. We cannot ignore this and turn our backs and let the older generation make us feel incompetent, that we cannot take over the country and move the country going forward. Look at Peter Obi in Nigeria, the history he made there. Look at the young leaders around Africa, the history they are making. Why should we give our country to the older generation that are already stepping out? And with a conflict among them, 24 hours. We need to secure our future for the future of the children that are already being born now. That is the reason why Dr. Moniba is critically important to Liberia. Don't overlook that. Go and listen to what he has to say. Make sure you keep your vote for Dr. Moniba because he is your future. Thank you.
Should I go ahead? Because I think it's my turn. All right. So the panelist, so the doctor, you know, I've always admired you, and because of you, some of us are here today. So all of those watching school, the Spoon TV, to the colors, I'm here today to make the case for Joseph Numa Boakai. I made a mistake, and I own up to that mistake. I was one of those who grew up with George Manneh Weah, and we grew up in Vital. He was living in Gibraltar. He came to my grandfather's place, and we played ball, and I personally knew him. And when I was learning Arabic, me and him went to Muslim Congress School. So he's my brother. I have a lot of love and admiration for him. And like everybody else, I chose his popularity. I did not care if he was competent. I felt like the youths loved him, and I spoke to people, and we made sure we voted him. And today, regrettably, I visit Liberia every year, 2 or 3 times, because I have interest in our country, and I love Liberia dearly. And when I visit, I see that the mistake that I made by electing him, by asking people to vote for him, because I couldn't vote. At the time, one of his major accomplishments, which is a dual citizenship, was not in place. I couldn't vote, and during the war, I was very young. I believe in Joseph Numa Boakai because I've studied his accomplishments. I know we will differ on those things, but as agriculture minister back in them days, Liberia was self-sufficient. Liberia was making her own food. Liberia was feeding her neighbors and feeding and exporting cocoa and coffee. I believe in his acronym of arrest, where he asked Liberians to go back to the soil. Agriculture, that's his plan. Roads, connectivity of roads, to open the roads where trade can be available to all of our people, where you will see that Monrovia is not congested. All of the country is open to all of its citizens. And then education, to take young, brilliant minds, send them abroad, for them to become experts in their fields and come back to Liberia and work for the common good, which is Mama Liberia. As sanitation, if you go to Liberia today, from the airport, you can smell how dirty our country is. And if you are breathing all of those air, you become infected with all these respiratory illnesses. He wants us to make sure we are cleaning our areas, cleaning our communities, make our country safe. And he talked about tourism, where he will open those landmark areas in Liberia where we can come back and people can come to our country and visit. I also want to talk about this opportunity where people are talking about, Joseph Numa Boakai believes that opportunity should be given to all. No, I just thought, Mo, you are not here. What opportunity is given to all of our people? You are not here. All of our people. Opportunity should be given to everyone. Our children are hooked on kush today. When I was growing up, the only drug I knew about in Liberia was opium drug. We can call it Inva, Jamakbai. That's all we knew about. But now today, when you go to our country, you see our young children hooked on kush, dying, cannot even do anything for themselves. They are calling our young Liberians Zogos and Zokis because of what? Poverty, mixed opportunities they don't have. If you don't empower our young people, what do they result to? So they've become these names because not of their own making, but because of the society they find themselves in. And I want to embark upon the conversation with Prince Johnson. When Prince Johnson was hanging up with George Weah at the time and delivering Nimba to him, he was not the criminal. He was not this person who wanted to take over Liberia. George Weah left Liberia for 45 to 50 unbroken days, came abroad to watch his son play soccer. And Prince Johnson did not take over the country. Now that he wants to join the rescue mission to help us with Nimba, now he is becoming a criminal. He always was. Now he's becoming a killer. He always was. But Liberians allow him to take part in their politics. Last, I'm here to tell every Liberian, like the mistake that I made, a wise person learns from their mistake and come to people and apologize and say, yes, I did this. At the time, I felt this, but now I believe this. If Alexander Cummings had the numbers and could win, I will support him because I feel that he has the same brilliant ideas and he has the same, he wants the same thing for Liberia. If Dr. Moniba had the numbers and could do, all of us here, our passion and our interest is in somebody other than George Manneh Weah to move our country forward. And so I'm now coming. My last 10, 15 seconds more you're going to give it to me is for me to speak far to my people and educate them.
Yeah,
please.
Boy, get cheated.
No, you're not cheating because you're not cheating. To speak far to my people and educate them that their vote is important.
Go ahead.
They should not take any pen or pencil and bust George Weah eye on that voting paper because it will disqualify their vote. I just want to tell you, Namono, wale meke, wale fatu, na lo ba me afoye, o kone he, wa boy bikema wabe, me afona veo wala, wa boy bikema wabe kaye, wabe nyangba ye, wabe Jowiah le, wolo wale menu, wa fwaye, wolo ke I mo maybe I'm wabe I'm soke vote akwa ama wo bobe wa mo ebi wabe I been gba wabo maybe ajeve atasinje atagola kone ame mawoye ama wa be kumbe wo vai monulemu wa ngania wa wangalia wo fala kolo wo be kumbe take care bia wa lenu la wa hospital no boy be no wa doctor no anu be just anu be anu power na amu wo bonga be wa love kwe wa love kwe sama menge mo ali afamuye ke ve so nange bawa ki anu amose gbija no abenana no e wo basa ambe mana wo ye wo kone he na mono wo fala laka la biwa me mu pe wa tamwa mo gbe mu itati la no ke duko la biwa wa itwa wo kone wo foti ke kai mu ye ke mu akuna abelo wo to sana sanso no wa kwa ke mu e mo abo eje ke mu gbinu mu benefit amabo melo wo kone he ko mo amenu ladies and gentlemen thank you for the opportunity. Yo, thank you so much, Doctor. The doctor, I appreciate you. I love you. I admire you. You are one person that I truly, truly admire. And the program you have with Magdala Cooper, I stood and I said, thank you so much for what you bring to young girls and young women. We're now going to be called Mattress Carrier. Our new president will empower every Liberian. Girls will know the values of themselves. They will know that they are more than their vaginas. So I thank every one of you. Thank you so much.
I really admire you speaking far. It's really, I love it. I love it.
Thank you. Mafatu baika we.
Ibaika. Mo na famous na ya me basiela ebigba mana answer me.
Good people, you know, Gibson, you and Prince, I've told you, you can throw all the shades at JMB. In this last 35 days, we will not respond to you. And let me be clear about one thing. Senator Prince Johnson of Nimba County has been elected and has served as senator for that county for 18 years now. He's been elected 2 terms, senator 9 years each, by the great people of Nimba. The Unity Party appreciates Senator Johnson's support in these presidential elections. We want his support, we need it, and we have it, and we are going to cherish that support. We are also clear about one thing. Our stance on the creation of War Crime Code remains that we support it. It doesn't matter who supports us or who doesn't support us. That is in the interest of the country. And as a matter of fact, crimes were committed by many people and against plenty of people. Tribes in this country complain of people cleansing against them. The Gios complain, the Manos complain, the Crown people complain, the Mandingo people complain, the Muslim people complain. There were massacres everywhere. These things, those who are alleged to have committed those crimes, they must be given the opportunity to stand before a court and exonerate themselves. So our lines are clear there. It can be whoever who support us. We appreciate your support. We want your support. And so let me say again, we appreciate Senator Johnson's support. We want his support. We need it. And we have it. And we cherish it. So you can go up, you tell all the things Senator Johnson said they want. Does that thwart the constitution of this country? No. They didn't say anything bad to say that the vice president will be an errand boy to the president. No. My brother, praise that thing any way you want. We not care. So I will come to the matter, the things that matter in this country, the 2 things that we discussed today. The issue of the passport. This is damaging to our country. Maybe you people don't see it. For the government to be selling passport $200,000, if that allegation is true, it is damaging. Because the only reason why somebody will want to pay $200K for a passport that Liberians supposed to get for $200, there is a criminal motive behind it. And that motive is bad because it will tarnish. If these people were to commit acts of terrorism, for example, commit criminal acts, they are caught in drug trafficking, transcontinental drug trafficking, intracontinental drug trafficking, and they are caught with Liberian passports. It doesn't matter their accent. They will say Liberians were caught with passport in terrorism, in drug trafficking, and all this kind of thing. It concerns us, the Unity Party. That's why we say we will reset our foreign policy and make it better. The issue of President Weah consistently benefiting his one from concession agreements and other things is something that should worry us. You know, one of my colleagues sent 4 containers one time from the US to Cuba. The guy said he can't afford to free the 4 container because combined the cost, they were costing him $60,000. So he would just wait the time expire. Then when they auctioning the container, he has contact there. Then he will go and buy a container $4,000 each. Because the Weah government has introduced what they call continual, the RCT continual tracking number. That thing is affecting Liberians at home and in the diaspora. Because people on our side, they are engaging businesses here back home. For example, people who want to send barrel, they go to people who do this continuous shipping thing. They put their barrel there, they pay their 200 or their 175, they send it here. But now that has become difficult. It has made life difficult for them because that is the business they depend on. Those are the things that we are advocating for. When we take over that continual tracking number, there will be a comprehensive review into it because we've come to understand there has been rumor that the money collected from there does not go to LRA. It doesn't pass through our revenue collection system. It is going strictly to President Weah and Samuel Tweeden. We will look into that. There are many things to concentrate on. And so we will not continuously respond to you. We have 35 more days to election. We are focusing on our campaign. Let me close up on this note. Tomorrow or today, we will be in District 9 and District 10. Liberians are welcome. We will be there with our messages and our campaign. Thank you. And lastly, Prince, I'm older than your presidential candidate. He's 44. I'm more than 44. Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Thank you for having us. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Oh, wonder why he's not married.
The CEO stand with the spoon, and your boy Friday the Southern Band. Charges.
Well, folks, thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. And this is Spoon Network right here. And the guy's gonna be back here by 8:00 p.m. today. And up next is the program, The Lit Net Politics, right here on this radio. Coming up shortly. So stick around. Don't go away. Have yourself a wonderful, God bless night from my end. Bye-bye.